Chapter 176. The two-sided Sukuna compatibility is 80% domain. Malevolent Shrine has been unlocked. Has the compatibility level increased faster due to so many recent fights? It seems the compatibility increases naturally over time, occasionally jumping unpredictably. Before the fight with the Ant King, Seer's compatibility with Sukuna had already reached 78, so it wasn't surprising it had passed 80 now. Even if the numerical change feels small, there's a massive gap between having a domain and not. Your eyes. Amy and Ellie, who had been quiet until now, stepped forward and stared at him. They really turned red, the siblings said, a little surprised. Can human eyes even change color? Let's have a look. Red? Seer took out a mirror to check. The 6 glowing blue eyes that once defined him had now turned a deep red, like thick, flowing blood. And yet, the skill's usability wasn't impaired. Or was it? The burden on the 6 eyes definitely felt greater. Because, under his eyes, 2 smaller pairs had formed. 4 eyes total. Although all red, were these truly 6 eyes? A double debuff. He looked more like Sukuna had possessed him, like how Sukuna takes over someone's body when their resistance breaks down. Now, Seer looked like Gojo Satoru under full Sukuna possession. This hadn't happened before. The only difference was that Sukuna's domain had been unlocked. Gojo's had not. Maybe Sukuna's side temporarily took dominance. To recover balance, he'd probably need to unlock Gojo's domain next. I have intermittent pink eye, Seer muttered, covering his eyes. How to control the 2 extra eyes and make them disappear? What normal person has 4 eyes? He was lucky he didn't grow 4 arms. Then again, neither Toji nor Megumi had grown extra arms when possessed. It must be hardware limited. Not everyone is born with a body like Sukuna's. And Seer definitely didn't want 4 arms. That would ruin his wardrobe. He couldn't wear tailored coats, and he had to change clothes daily to maintain his fashion sense. While struggling to force the 2 new eyes closed, all the non-humans present had already seen them. Anyone with half a brain understood, no ordinary human should look like this. Are you really a human? Ryomen asked, feeling deceived. Had this guy pretended to be human to mess with him? Can't you eat me? Seer growled. Isn't eating someone proof enough that they're human? The taste is definitely human, Ryomen confirmed, recalling the many flavors he consumed in the womb. Of all the meatballs he tried, the guy in front of him ranked among the most delicious. Same went for the 2 siblings. There are mutant humans, too, Seer sighed. After much effort, he managed to shut the 2 little eyes, though the red color remained. Forget it. Say they're colored contact lenses. Everyone wants to try red at some point. But even with the little eyes shut, the 6 eyes burden hadn't reduced. Could it be because they still technically existed? Why had Sukuna's compatibility jumped so fast? He hadn't consumed anyone or done anything monstrous. He'd even been decent lately. Maybe fighting the Ant King had done it. After all, that fight did resemble Sukuna's bout with Jogo and Shibuya. Mutant humans? Amy and Ellie exchanged a glance. Even more data for observation. They had seen plenty of mutated beasts, like Seer's winged tiger, but this was the first time they'd heard of mutant humans. Never mind that. Seer muttered, pulling out a pair of black goggles and putting them on. From every angle, his red eyes were now hidden. The goggles, ordinary in design, were accented with silver chains. Just enough flair to count as fashion forward. He needed to boost Gojo Satoru's compatibility. He had to balance things out. Although red eyes looked cool, the double 6 eyes debuff was unacceptable. Ha! He wiped his nose and found blood on his fingers. Just like before, back when the 6 eyes were still close to overloading him. Even a slight activation was enough to cause nosebleeds. The burden of stacking both Six Eyes and Limitless was insane. "I'm heading out first." He vanished from the group of non-humans with a heavy burden on his back. He didn't feel out of place among them anymore. It was starting to feel like he belonged to their faction, and humans were the invaders. Gojo's compatibility was at 70. Only 10 more to unlock his domain. But how? Stabbing himself with the Heavenly Dune Lance. In the head? The neck? Should he chop off an arm? Or imprison himself 8,000 meters under the sea? Wait, who would come unlock him? Mero? Sora? These all sounded like the ideas of a masochist. Was he suicidal now? Thinking this, Seer activated Limitless, summoned the Heavenly Dune Lance, and without hesitation, stabbed himself in the neck. Just to be sure it counted, he stabbed harder until the lance stuck deep. Immediately, Limitless broke. With no protection, he fell from the sky. Before hitting the ground, he yanked the lance out of his neck and stabbed it into his skull. He turned Limitless back on at the last second to soften the fall, landing in a daze. For a moment, he just laid there, not even using reversed cursed technique. He couldn't remember if it hurt this much when he was stabbed at the cosplay event. This might have hurt worse. At least then he died instantly. But to die now, after so many fights? Lame. The boy lying in the dirt slowly opened his eyes. With a single thought, his wounds healed instantly. Thank God for reversed cursed technique. If not for that, he would have never pulled this off. Still, cutting himself in half seemed a little out of character. With a bitter smile, he glanced at the compatibility meter. It had only gone up by 2 points. What the hell? Was it discounted because he stabbed himself? Did he have to be stabbed by someone else for it to count full? Ugh. Forget it. Red eyes look good too, he sighed. Double the burden? So be it. He was almost back to where he'd started. He'd get used to it again. He napped on the forest floor before finally going back to retrieve Mero and Sora, who'd been left behind with the airship. The tent was still intact. Mero, Kate, and Sora waited outside. Alright, Kate couldn't enter. Still, he seemed quite happy training Sora. The moment Seer reappeared, 2 voices and a roar greeted him. Sir. Mero looked overjoyed, like they'd been separated for months rather than a few days. He didn't question the new goggles. He only complimented them. Sir's sense of style is impeccable as always. Ho ho, yeah. Sora barked, switching from beast speak to human language, even waving his paw. Seer was used to their praise. It didn't affect him anymore. Kate, however, blinked at the tiger curiously. Was Sora really this articulate? The instinct to study rare creatures kicked in. By the way, while you were gone, the Noser family sent word. They said they want to discuss something with you. Also, the 10 billion from earlier has been fully transferred. Mero reported dutifully. Why would Noser contact him again? Huh? The money's been paid. No need to call again. Unless they want to pay me just to chat. Seer waved his hand. We're not accepting requests right now. He wasn't some desperate mercenary. Unless they owed him money or did something shady, there was no point. Also, my phone's busted. Get me a new one. He casually instructed Mero. When fighting the Ant King, he could protect himself, but not his clothes, or tech. The phone was fried. His outfits were replaced daily. It was why Mero and Sora weren't brought along, too risky. They didn't say why, only that they wanted to pay you for protection. Mero added. Protection jobs are boring. Not interested. Decline. Seer wasn't going to babysit anyone. He had enough money for now. I understand. Also, sir, chimera ants have been spotted worldwide. Even in Ukexan. TV channels are reporting them attacking civilians in broad daylight. Mero explained gravely. Seer scoffed. Figures. They finally can't cover it up anymore. This should have leaked long ago, but every country had tried to suppress it. Now that the cover-up failed, the Hunter Association would be under pressure. Which meant Netero would be forced to act. Good. He couldn't wait to see that fight. When would the arc of the cold, domineering Ant King falling in love with a human girl begin? Nozra State. Neon laid on her bed, sheets scattered with unused divination papers. She stared at her pen, confused. Strange. Why can't I write anything? What happened exactly, and when? Dizone asked, clearly stressed. The lady had lost her fortune-telling ability. The boss would lose his mind. I dunno. It just stopped working. I did a reading for someone while shopping 2 days ago. Neon replied with a lazy yawn. And Hill hasn't answered my texts either. That guy I met said he was headed somewhere dangerous. I hope he's okay. She muttered, rolling around. 2 days ago, she'd met a charming, elegant man in a suit. Not love at first sight, of course, she just admired him for being attractive. He claimed to be a friend of the white-haired boy in her old playground photos. Then he took out a picture of her and Seer. He said Seer talked about her a lot. She blushed. The man, who called himself Krolo, spoke eloquently, said he and Seer were from the same hometown, and asked if she could give him a fortune. Neon, flattered, agreed instantly. They chatted easily for a long time. She told him things she usually wouldn't. It was delightful. Now she worried about Seer's safety. Miss. Dizone muttered, exhausted. If you've got time to worry about him, maybe worry about us instead. Without her divination, Nozra's empire was toast. Even the help request to the Palisha family had been rejected. Dizone sighed, stepped out, and called the boss. Well? Did she finish the divination? Light Nozra demanded as soon as the call connected. It's still unusable, sir, Dizone sighed. No. Give me back my neon. Give back her gift. Light Nozra sobbed, collapsing. This isn't my neon anymore. What about next month's predictions? He whimpered. Dizone sighed with him. He'd signed his life to the Nozra family. If they sank, he sank too. He could only pray Neon's gift would return next month. Hey hunters. Short break. Because YouTube likes it when I transform content, so here's me. Transforming. Right now, neutral face emoji, sparkles emoji, okay, done. Let's dive back in. Chapter 177. Ants were creatures who, until recently, had never seen the world. When the Ant King moved again, it wasn't for conquest, at least not initially. He simply wanted to see more of the human world, to find out whether humans were truly as powerful as he'd been told. So, after leaving NGL, he made his way toward nearby nations. Upon passing through the Republic of East Gordo, he found something remarkable. The palace here was grander, the decorations more extravagant, the population larger, and, most importantly, there was reliable internet. So, without hesitation, he claimed the place as his new home. With access to smartphones and a wealth of human literature, the ants were no longer simple-minded. In just a few days, they had become worldly. Seer's impression was that the Ant King was becoming harder to fool. The king who once looked amazed upon hearing that humans had many powerful kings now looked at him with sharp skepticism. He'd seen the truth during his march from NGL to East Gordo. No matter how many humans he killed, the number of truly powerful individuals was disappointingly low. Even those who could use Nen were few and far between. So, after occupying East Gordo's palace, the Ant King resumed his plans. He gave Neferpito a new order. Kill humans. The more killed, the stronger Neferpito would become. Eventually, all humans would be exterminated, and ants would reign. But if you kill all the humans, what will you eat? Seer asked, spinning a chess piece between his fingers. He wasn't disturbed by the command, just intrigued. Once you've grown accustomed to human meat, it's hard to go back, right? He slowly placed the piece on the board between them. Hunter World's military chess shared similarities with the version he'd once known, though it wasn't quite the same. But neither he nor the Ant King had played before, so they were evenly matched. While humans clashed with ants outside the palace, Seer sat in the throne room calmly playing chess with the Ant King. To any observer, he'd look like a traitor to humanity. When the time comes, we'll establish breeding zones. Let the humans reproduce for our food supply, the Ant King replied, tone coldly logical. Well, you do understand sustainable development, Seer commented. Just like humans raised cattle and pigs, the Ant King's suggestion made perfect sense, for a species that wasn't human. I'm craving hot pot, Seer muttered under his breath. Then he turned his head and shouted, Hey, Blondie, food service, let's go. The Ant King always ate on schedule, but his food wasn't edible by human standards. Just unseasoned meatballs made of miscellaneous flesh, mostly human. Seer, despite his increasingly close affinity with Sukuna, still drew the line at cannibalism. So, he got into the habit of ordering the Ant King's royal guards to make real food for him. He used the same line every time, His Majesty is hungry. They complied without question. Of course, he refused to share a pot with the Ant King. He could just imagine it, dipping thin slices of beef and lamb into boiling broth while the Ant King dropped in chunks of human thigh. No thanks. To make it worse, now that Seer's compatibility with Sukuna had climbed even higher, he'd started to unconsciously assess the meat quality of everyone he met. The Ant King even once offered to prepare the same food for him. At this point, he no longer even considered Seer human. Seer sighed and touched the small extra eyes that had appeared under his usual ones. Humans wouldn't consider him human anymore either. They'd probably assume he was a chimera ant hybrid. He'd also discovered recently that he could grow mouths in strange places on his body, another new and unwelcome ability. Thankfully, like the extra eyes, he could keep them shut most of the time. This is boring, Seer said, throwing down his chess piece and ending the match. Do something else to entertain His Majesty. He's tired of this. He gave the command with full confidence. How shameless. Couldn't they tell it was Seer who was bored, not the king? We can't go on like this, said the blonde ant, Shapoof, the owl-winged royal guard. This human is influencing the king, Neferpito agreed, tail swishing irritably. He's dangerous, meow. They couldn't expect someone like him to remain loyal to their species, especially when he wasn't even fully human anymore. If they could have killed him, they would have done it long ago. But he's too strong, meow. I can't beat him, Neferpito admitted, tail drooping. I'll think of something, said Shapoof, pulling out his violin. For the good of the king, they had to deal with Seer. Another round, the Ant King demanded. Seer raised an eyebrow. Find someone else. He didn't care about the game. 2 rounds was his max, any more and he'd start bleeding from every orifice. Chess was exhausting with his double 6 eyes debuff. Anyway, he continued, perking up, you rule this country now, right? Time for a royal decree. He grinned. Let's have the king issue a public challenge, anyone who beats you at chess gets a reward. The Ant King nodded. It was a logical way to find worthy opponents. Neferpito spread the decree far and wide across East Gorto. But no one came. From dawn to dusk, the Ant King sat waiting. The throne room remained empty. Why hasn't anyone come? The king asked, frowning. People are afraid, Seer said. They think walking into your palace means death. They need someone to go first, to test the waters. And you'll help with that? I'll be the signboard. Seer disappeared and reappeared a short distance from the palace. He disguised himself as an ordinary citizen, approached cautiously, entered the gates, and was led into the throne room. Then, minutes later, he ran out screaming with joy and arms full of treasure. It's real. Even if you lose, you get paid, he shouted, jewels spilling from his hands. Your acting is terrible, the Ant King said blandly. But it works. And it did. The next day, challengers began to arrive. The first trembled on his way in, nearly fainted upon seeing the Ant King, and was a complete mess, until he sat down at the board. Then his entire demeanor shifted, calm and composed like a master. He lost, of course. But he walked out alive, and the next challenger arrived soon after. Seer grew bored quickly and left the palace. As he wandered East Gordo's streets, a fine golden powder floated into the air around him. He stopped walking. About time. Shapoof, his butterfly wings glittering brilliantly, descended from above. Are you here to die? Seer tilted his head, asking sincerely. Humans must not be allowed to continue influencing the king, Poof declared. Another figure appeared, Yuppie, massive and red-skinned, with a scowl etched deep on his face. Two of the king's guards, then. No Neferpito. Perhaps she wasn't invited, or refused. Ah, perfect, Seer said, eyes bright. Let's test a new technique. Without waiting for them to speak, he moved. The domain expansion, demon-suppressing shrine. The sky turned black. The streets vanished, replaced by a bloody battlefield. Corpses, bones, blood-filled craters. A red torii gate stood tall in the center. Quick explanation, Seer said cheerfully, sitting on the gate and swinging his legs. Everything in this domain, except me, gets cut. Poof tried to scatter into clones. All of them were bisected instantly. Yuppie charged forward, screaming, only to be shredded into pieces. Phew, Seer whistled, delighted. This is what it's like to be unbeatable, huh? When Gojo's domain unlocked, he could combine the two, Infinite Void and the demon-suppressing shrine. Soul and body, crushed at once. For now, this was plenty. He released the domain just before the two ants were fully killed. Guards are meant to follow orders. Not act on their own, Seer said casually. Neferpito arrived the moment the domain faded. His Majesty already knows, she said sweetly, tail swishing. Her tone was bright, but her eyes were unreadable. Seer stared at her white hair and red eyes. And then remembered his own. They really did look like the same species. Neferpito dragged the two broken guards back to the palace. The Ant King greeted them with his tail, and sent them flying. Do not act without my command, he said coldly. Overconfident subordinates often assume their king can't make the right decisions, Seer added, pouring salt on the wound. The Ant King's tail cracked like a whip. Shaopoof's punishment tally increased by 1. Had he not been strong enough to serve as a royal guard, he would have been executed on the spot. Chapter 178. Human technology is quite interesting, meow, Neferpito commented as she watched Poof appear as East Gordo's national spokesperson on the television. Poof's voice echoed through televisions and radios across the Republic. The message was typical propaganda. All unrest was due to rebel groups causing trouble. There were no monsters. Citizens were urged to stay calm and remain indoors. Anyone spreading rumors would be punished. Controlling the mouthpiece of society and managing public perception. Classic ruler strategy, Seer remarked idly as he walked through East Gordo, noting that most citizens had indeed bought the lie and barricaded themselves inside their homes. The entire region had effectively become a human livestock facility for the Chimera ants. And those locked doors and windows? pointless against ants. Meanwhile, the Ant King resided in the newly occupied palace, spending his days playing chess with one human opponent after another. His skill steadily increased. He hadn't lost once, until now. Some challengers trembled so violently upon seeing him that they couldn't even pick up the pieces. Such people were usually executed. Of course, thanks to Neferpito, even the dead could appear alive again in the outside world. Even those who managed to sit through a full game rarely performed well. Most simply couldn't handle the pressure. That's it? The Ant King had scoffed, now wholly convinced he'd mastered chess. Then came a girl. A human girl. Ordinary, frail, in tattered clothes. Her nose ran, she was blind, and her aura was as weak as a leaf in the wind. The Ant King barely considered her an opponent. Which is why, when she defeated him, it shattered him. By the time Seer returned, the Ant King had already flipped the table and stormed out of the room in a rage. The girl sat there calmly, unfazed. What happened? Seer asked Amy and Ellie, who observed from their usual dark corner. The Ant King lost, Ellie replied plainly. Seer blinked. Lost? To her? He studied the girl carefully. She was young, blind, her aura barely stronger than an average person's. But her chess game? Clearly on another level. All the elements lined up. This is it, Seer murmured with certainty. The Ant King is going to fall in love with her. Amy tilted her head. Why? Because he lost to the one kind of person he despises most. Someone weak. Someone he underestimated. She stomped on his pride, calmly, ruthlessly. That curiosity, that humiliation. He'll want to understand her. And then he'll fall. I don't get it, Amy replied. Just think of it as, the Ant King lost, so now he's in love, Seer summarized. Amy still didn't get it. Seer walked over and sat in the Ant King's seat. Come, let's play a round. 30 seconds per move. Go over time, you lose. Please, the girl said gently. Her tone was soft, almost soothing. But when the game began, her style was relentless. Strategic. Bold. Her every move carried unwavering conviction. Blind eyes or not, it was like she could see everything. As the match neared its climax, Seer pushed her into a corner. And that's when it happened, she awakened her Nen. Raw, powerful, instinctual aura burst from her like a tidal wave. A true prodigy, born from pressure alone. Seer realized it immediately, this was one of those heavenly pact type awakenings. Like Phaeton, zero aura in exchange for monstrous physical strength. Except this girl did it through chess. The match ended in a draw. Seer, bleeding from his nose due to the mental strain, and those damn 6 eyes double debuffs, leaned back inside. The Ant King deserved to lose to you, he muttered as he wiped the blood from his face. Behind him, the Ant King had silently returned. Hearing Seer's words, he sat down opposite the girl again without a word. Seer stretched and vanished. He had no interest in watching a second game. Playing chess was exhausting. Watching others play it was just as bad. Elsewhere in the palace, Morel's subordinate Nav was slipping through every room and hallway, stealthily observing and mapping the interior. He had to avoid the patrolling ants and flying chimera scouts. So hungry. A voice whined. Nav immediately ducked into his dimensional hideaway. The voice was familiar. Lazy. Arrogant. He poked his head out. It was Seer, lounging against a pillar, biting into an apple. But his eyes, red, glowing, and the facial markings. Was he turned? Are you gathering intel? Seer asked, looking directly at him with those 4 red eyes. Nav broke into a cold sweat. Don't worry. The ants can't see us here, Seer assured. Why are you here? Nav asked, trying to keep calm. Because the Ant King's side is more fun, Seer replied simply, chewing on the apple. He wasn't joking. Living among the ants meant no one bossed him around. He could fight whoever he wanted. The Ant King even humored him with sparring matches. The playability, as he put it, was top tier. Nav stared at him, horrified. Betrayal? Brainwashing? Was Seer even human anymore? Still human, Seer deadpanned, catching the look. Not a spy, not a puppet. Relax. He turned and walked off, leaving Nav to reevaluate reality. Sir, what are your orders? Said Bezelf, the human liaison left in the palace by the ants. Once a government official, Bezelf had quickly bent the knee when the ants took over. His tactics for survival included presenting women to the Ant King as entertainment. That didn't work, the king found none of them tasty, so now Bezelf just kept them for himself. I'm just checking in, Seer said. Go do whatever disgusting thing you're about to do. Bezelf scurried off, murmuring something about receiving a delivery. Neferpito's aura reappeared nearby. Her presence always vanished when she used her puppet repair ability. Someone must be injured again. Seer focused, and confirmed it. The Ant King had torn off his own arm. Probably lost a chess match, he muttered. Elsewhere, Bezelf drove his cargo into his personal basement. It included several women, his usual acquisitions, but this time, one of them was different. A Nen user. Seer narrowed his eyes. That aura. Familiar. He felt her wandering the halls cautiously. Too impatient, he muttered. He watched her approach, sighed, and casually stepped out of the shadows. Hey! What are you doing? Palm Siberia froze. I'm just Lord Bezelf's servant, she said stiffly. You really think that'll work on me? Seer asked, lounging against the wall, 4 glowing eyes locked on hers. She recognized him immediately, and this time, he looked even more monstrous than before. Chapter 179. A servant of Bezelf is not qualified to walk around the palace at will, the white-haired boy said as both a warning and a reminder. After all, Bezelf himself had no real status here. The woman's trembling expression seemed genuinely frightened, too realistic to be an act. Seer sighed quietly, impressed by her acting skills, and waved his hand to signal her to leave quickly. But the woman just stood there, shaking like a leaf, as if she didn't understand what he meant. Is she really that scared? Seer raised the corners of his mouth, touched his forehead, and sighed again. Who is this? Neferpito and Shapuf descended the staircase, their red eyes locking onto the unfamiliar human woman nearby. The aura radiating from her was twisted, filled with malice, so much so that it caused unease in anyone near her. Said she's Bezelf's servant, Seer said lazily. That human, Neferpito muttered, needing a moment to recall who Bezelf was. If you're not with him, what are you doing here, meow? Neferpito approached the woman, their own malice intensifying with every step. It was suffocating, triggering an involuntary fight or flight response. Seer fell silent as he noticed the blade in the woman's hand and the nen she had unconsciously emitted. Everyone knows ants consider human nen users rare delicacies. So what happens when such a human walks right into the lion's den? A rare ingredient. Neferpito's lips curled unnaturally high, almost splitting their face in two. Offer her to the king, Shapuf said with a cold smile. And just like that, the woman was knocked unconscious and dragged away by the 2 royal guards. Seer watched the entire thing unfold without lifting a finger. He had warned her, that was the extent of his kindness. He had no obligation to save someone he barely knew. At the same time, he sensed Nobunaga's nen signature vanish from within the palace, like a mouse bolting into a hole after spotting a cat. He must have left an exit point within the palace, and now he'd made a clean getaway. Someone waiting for him outside? Seer vanished from the palace in an instant. Outside, the storm was raging. Heavy rain pounded the ground, wind howled like wild beasts, and the skies were as dark as dusk. Nobunaga was running barefoot, away from the palace. Finally, he dove behind a bush far from the palace and collapsed, gasping for air. His teeth chattered uncontrollably in the cold. "I'm safe," he muttered, then curled into himself and sobbed quietly in the rain. That aura back there, it was a monster. Evil. Twisted. Something no human could fight. "You think you're safe here?" said a voice from above. Nobunaga froze and looked up, eyes fogged with tears and rain. Seer sat cross-legged on a branch directly above him. Despite the downpour, not a single drop touched him. "Did the association only send you? Or maybe just two of you? I saw a woman get captured inside. Took action too early, got caught by the royal guards. She's probably with the king now. I wonder how hungry he is today." "Palm," Nobunaga muttered, devastated. His mind spiraled. "She's with them. We had an escape point ready. Even if she failed, it shouldn't have." "She really was your comrade then," Seer continued, tone unchanged. "Dragged off as soon as she made a move. Might be a snack by now." Nobunaga broke down completely, burying his face in his hands. "I'm sorry, Palm. I'm so sorry. I couldn't face them. I couldn't face that monster." "How can you stay among those things?" he whispered, looking up at Seer. "Huh? Because they're weaker than me," Seer replied casually. "Why would I be scared of ants I can crush with one finger?" It was all about perspective. He wasn't afraid of them, shouldn't they be afraid of him? Funny, isn't it? These ants don't flinch even when they see me. He no longer had the extra two eyes under his regular ones, but the deep crimson color of his irises remained unsettling. For a moment, Nobunaga wondered if those extra eyes were just a hallucination from the fear. "That's why I told you to train more," Seer said, voice dry with sarcasm. "Being scared from a distance? You're pathetic, ha 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 ha." Nobunaga didn't respond. His aura dimmed. The rain around him somehow felt heavier than anywhere else. "Your Majesty, would you like to dine? We captured a rare item," Neferpito asked with bowed head. The Ant King, fully engrossed in chess, barely acknowledged them. "May I use her for an experiment, then?" Neferpito asked again. "Do as you like," the king said without looking up. Together with Shapuf, Neferpito had been conducting an experiment to create chimera ants with Nen abilities, like Zazan's transformations, but enhanced. Unlike Zazan's grotesque failures, their creations would be obedient, weaponized soldiers with no self-awareness. Tools. With permission granted, the guards carried the unconscious Palm away. By the time Seer returned, she was gone. In her place stood a large, man-sized white cocoon. The queen's eggs were green. This one, clearly a pupa, was stark white, more like a silkworm chrysalis than an egg. "How long until it hatches?" Seer asked, tapping the pupa with his knuckles. It was hard, felt like eggshell. Probably easy to shatter. "First time using a Nen user, so we don't know yet, meow," Neferpito replied, wagging their tail. "What'll it look like?" "Surely not like one of you three," Seer said. "He'll be a qualified soldier, meow," Neferpito said cheerfully. "Ah, so still a failure," Seer muttered, losing interest. He never hid his disdain. Especially not for inferior products. "The king lost again," Amy and Ellie reported calmly. "Not a surprise," Seer said, arms folded, grinning. "That girl, could awaken Nen through chess. Of course she'd be a thorn in the king's pride." "The king asked her name this time," Ellie added. "He's never done that before," Amy said thoughtfully. "He's falling for her," Seer said with glee. "Why?" Amy blinked. "Because she beat him at his own game. Weak on the outside, terrifying within. That contrast? He can't resist that, Seer explained with a smirk. He's doomed, Ellie concluded. Don't slander His Majesty like that, shouted the blonde ant, Poof, in protest. How dare you suggest the king could be interested in that girl? Oh, please. You're just mad your crush is getting dumped, Seer said, flashing a gleeful smile. The king appeared on the terrace. Amy. Ellie. Seer. Pedo. Poof. Yuppie. He called their names one by one. The 3 guards dropped to one knee. The others watched quietly. You all have names, the king said, gaze distant. Only you don't, Seer added helpfully. What is my name? The king asked aloud, more to himself than to anyone else. My asked me, but I had no answer. He seemed frustrated. The queen named us, Neferpito answered. She named us, Amy and Ellie confirmed. That woman isn't qualified to name the king. Xiao Poof interjected desperately. If your majesty wishes for a name, why not choose your own? Neferpito offered. Yes. The king nodded slowly, though his expression remained conflicted. Leave me. The 3 guards withdrew. What does a name mean to humans? He asked Seer. A name is identity. It's how we know who we are. Every human is different, our names are how we remember that, Seer replied from the railing. I didn't care about your names before. But if the queen named them, maybe she would have named you too. But you were born too fast. Too violently. Maybe she never had time. Choosing your own name can be good too. A name reflects desire or destiny, Seer said. My name means sky. Or rather, it did. The blue of my eyes, back when they were blue. He paused. I guess now it means blood, he muttered, thinking of his crimson irises. The king was quiet. Many can be kings. But none of them are me. A name makes you more than a title, Seer said. You might already have one. Ask your mother. Oh wait, he smirked. She's probably dead. And with that, Seer launched into the sky. The Ant King followed a second later, eyes full of thunder. In the stormy heavens, they clashed again. Red and blue and violet bursts lit up the clouds. Down below, Amy scribbled in her notebook. The Ant King may have fallen in love with a human. Whether or not she becomes his queen is still to be determined. Chapter 180. I figured it out. In the middle of the fight, the Ant King suddenly seemed to reach an epiphany. He ceased his movements, slowly descended to the ground, and clenched his fists. I possess immense power. That power is the foundation of who I am. Military etiquette is nothing but a toy to pass the time. Fighting is the only thing that gives me meaning. Whether it's the rules of honor, or none of it matters, he said with a cold smile, as if trying to convince himself. Seer also dropped to the ground. Scratching his cheek thoughtfully with a fingertip, he tilted his head. Was this going to become one of those sadomasochistic love stories? The kind that goes, I'm moved, but I refuse to admit it. Not only that, I'll humiliate and belittle you, and somewhere along the way, I'll fall even deeper for you. Until I finally have no choice but to admit how I feel. Immoral? Absolutely. But Seer still wanted to see how it played out. If honor is just a toy, and you play with it every day, we humans have a word for that, losing your mind while playing with toys, Seer quipped, smiling faintly. Me? Lose my mind from play? That's ridiculous, the Ant King scoffed. His sharp mind immediately caught the insult, and just as quickly dismissed it. As long as I kill her, there won't be anything left to bind me. The Ant King's aura flared violently. He was serious. Seer narrowed his eyes. So it was a sadomasochistic love story? Was this really happening? He didn't remember the comments under the video mentioning anything about this plot twist. Most people had just praised how well the author wrote the Ant King. The sky had just begun to brighten when the Ant King marched off with determination. Seer glanced down to see Amy and Ellie emerging from the ground. "Did we guess wrong?" "Seems like it," they replied, speaking like a practiced comedy duo. "If a human falls in love with someone, they don't usually want to kill them," Amy said seriously. "Not necessarily," Seer replied with a shrug. "There are some very niche types among humans. Guess we'll see soon enough." Seer followed the Ant King's trail. The king's destination, Mai's room. She was kneeling on the floor, her body battered, bruised, and covered in cuts. Blood pooled next to her, along with the mangled body of an eagle. Its cause of death was obvious, impaled through the chest with a tail. The Ant King, who had declared moments earlier that he would kill her, was now kneeling before her, gently cradling her torn hands and admonishing her for not calling for help. Seer, Amy, and Ellie blinked. Wasn't he going to kill her? Was this what killing someone looked like now? Without a word, all three disappeared from the scene. Elsewhere, they reappeared in the middle of a field. "I suddenly feel inspired to create," Seer said, punching his fist into his palm. "Create what?" Amy and Ellie asked. "A literary masterpiece," he replied seriously. When he was still a content creator, he dabbled in writing scripts for cosplay skits. Flashy visuals only went so far, good dialogue kept the audience hooked. He got to work immediately. Within 2 hours, Seer had handwritten a 10,000-word short story, snapped photos of the pages, compiled them into a file, and sent it out to the few contacts he still had. The title: "After beating the enemy commander in chess, he fell in love with me." The names were changed, of course. No direct mention of Ant King or Mai. But every word clearly pointed to them. Amy and Ellie were the first to read it. Xiao Sui knows the enemy commander is ruthless, cruel, demonic, and inhuman. But for the sake of her country, she bravely risks her life to play a game of chess with him. Her win, or loss, will decide the fate of her people. Amy read in a calm monotone. That human girl. Was she really thinking all that? Ellie asked. Well, that's how I wrote it. In literature, it's normal to dramatize a little. Seer grinned. So this is human literature? Amy asked. Apparently, humans like this kind of thing. Elsewhere, Gon and Killua were making plans. They'd been discussing how to infiltrate the palace, but Neferpito's N covered such a wide range that it seemed impossible to sneak in without being detected. Norbu had once mentioned that he didn't sense the N at first but did later. That raised questions. If Neferpito was in the palace the whole time, why wasn't there N active? They asked Colt, one of the surrendered Chimera ants, about this. He now stayed with humans to care for the queen's remaining child. Colt confirmed it. Neferpito couldn't use N while using their Dr. Bly ability to heal. So who had they been healing when Norbu infiltrated? Who could possibly injure one of the king's royal guards? At that moment, both boys received message notifications on their phones. What's this? Killua frowned at the title. After beating the enemy commander in chess. Gon began reading aloud. Don't read that out loud, Killua snapped. Seriously? Gon could read this stuff with a straight face. Wait. This isn't just some random spam, Gon said, brows furrowed. It's too specific. It feels like someone's trying to tell us something. The others gathered around. Let's just read it, Killua sighed. The deeper they got into the story, the more their expressions changed. Xiao Sui is amazing, Gon exclaimed. You don't feel embarrassed reading this? Killua stared at him in disbelief. The story's commander was an inhuman tyrant, born under strange circumstances, gifted from birth, who killed his own father and invaded human kingdoms. accompanied by 3 generals who looked down on the heroine. It was obvious who it was about. Even with the details altered, gender swaps, roles reversed, it was unmistakably about the Ant King and his guards. Wait. This has a scene where someone sneaks into the palace and fights 3 generals before escaping. That has to be about Norbu, right? Killua said. But Neferpitou was healing the king at the time, Gon added. Which explained why N wasn't active. This actually answered all our questions. Killua's expression turned serious. Then they saw the sender, Meropolitia. That name. Could it be him? Norbu had mentioned spotting him in the palace. And apparently, he was living comfortably with the Ant King. They forwarded the file to Nav, Morel, and the others. Then Gon placed a call. The Ant King injured himself, giving Norbu the chance to slip in? Morel said in disbelief. Yeah. Just read the file we sent. Gon sounded almost apologetic. Morel opened the file. He fell silent. Why were they sending him a romance novel? But as he kept reading, his face turned grim. Some parts were exaggerated, yes. There's no way Norbu fought all 3 guards and lived to tell the tale. Still, it lined up disturbingly well with actual events. Just then, the radio crackled. A new order came in. Everyone was to gather in the square. Doors opened. Men, women, children, entire families, poured into the streets like mindless sheep. Soldiers with guns patrolled and tanks to maintain order. The 3 guards perched atop the palace spires. The Ant King stood on the terrace, lost in thought. Floating in the air beside him, Seer sat cross-legged in midair, casually scribbling with a pen. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. The Ant King glanced over. Maybe only this white-haired boy with red eyes could understand him. Because he wasn't like the others. The guards treated him like a god. The siblings watched him like specimens. Only Seer treated him like a person. I was born a king. But what does that mean? Why was I born? The Ant King murmured. A king's purpose? Seer repeated. Expand territory. Conquer. Protect your people. Just like his father once said, expand the family business, take care of the workers. And that's your meaning? The Ant King didn't respond. You're asking the wrong question. Only humans care about the meaning of their existence. Ants just act. The queen gave birth to you, and after that, the others abandoned her. But what about you? The Ant King asked. Have you ever wondered about your existence? Nope, Seer replied instantly. Only confused people ask questions like that. Before time travel, his goal was to inherit the company. After, his goal was to do whatever he wanted. No time for an existential crisis. Then I must be confused, the Ant King whispered. You think? Seer closed his notebook. You're getting boring. The Ant King's pupils dilated. That comment stung more than any wound. You should go find someone else to talk to. I'm not your therapist. With that, Seer vanished. The king was left in silence. In the skies above, Poof hovered, his wings shimmering as he scattered scale dust across the crowd. Below, humans breathed in, and lost all self-awareness. Their eyes turned hollow. They moved like puppets. Neferpitou sat casually on the palace railing, manipulating her toys like marionettes. What are you observing? Seer reappeared beside her. Neferpitou didn't even flinch. Seems like someone has infiltrated the humans. Meow. Oh, really? Seer opened the small pair of red eyes beneath his usual ones, scanning the crowd with his 6 eyes. Let's see how long they last. Chapter 181. Even ordinary people leak aura, and with hundreds of thousands of people gathered here, finding one specific signature among them is a massive task. What's more, any infiltrators are likely using Zetsu or In to suppress their presence, making detection nearly impossible. Seer had no interest in putting in that kind of effort. After all, he wasn't here to catch humans, he was just the wild card in the chaos. As a proud agent of disorder, Seer took out his phone, opened a mobile game, and cranked the volume to maximum. Neferpito's cat-like ears twitched into airplane mode in discomfort. Ants were generally sensitive to the radio waves emitted by mobile devices, which is why phones were rarely used inside the palace. Bicef, a human working with the chimera ants, got scolded every time he used one here. But Seer? He was different. His status was anything but ordinary, thanks to his frequent sparring sessions with the king. As he wandered the halls of the palace with his phone blasting, he noticed a few ants sprawled out on the floor nearby, a trail of blood and a pair of shoes left behind. Looked like Nobunaga's work. Hill. An ant with a wolf-like head actually greeted him warmly. The next moment, the two ants behind him shrieked in horror. Seer had already raised his foot and stomped down on the wolf-headed ant's skull, his crimson eyes gleaming with cold malice. "Who gave you the right to call me by name? You're just a lowly ant," he sneered, grinding his heel into the creature's skull until blood pooled beneath it. "When you see me, you pretend you don't. You think I'm Bicef?" His voice sharpened as the pressure of his foot increased, blood dripping freely onto the stone floor. "He knows he's wrong. Please, sir, spare him." The other two ants begged frantically. "I was wrong, sir," the ant beneath his foot gasped, claws scratching deep grooves into the floor. His tone was submissive, but his eyes burned with hatred. There it is, arrogance and delusion. No matter the species, there would always be those who didn't know their place. "You want to be king?" Seer whispered mockingly in the ant's ear. The ant's eyes dilated. He dared not answer. Of course he wanted to be king. No one wanted to remain a slave if they could rule. That was why he had tried to cozy up to humans like Bicef and actively hunted for escaped women. He'd even dared to greet Seer himself, hoping to curry favor. Instead, he had stepped into hell. Seer withdrew his foot and smiled down at the bloodied creature. "Good luck." Like nothing had happened. The three ants scrambled away, terror etched into every movement. "This guy's a lunatic," one of them muttered, heart-pounding. Seer wiped the blood off on the edge of his coat. "Inferior trash." The chimera ants, beasts mixed with human DNA, were developing ambition. But the only ones still loyal were the three royal guards. Everyone else just wanted power. And the king? Still playing chess with humans as a war loomed. Was it love, or just pure arrogance? Either way, it was a losing strategy. Humans were far more complex than these pretenders could ever hope to be. Seer put his phone away and climbed up to the palace roof to lie under the moonlight. Soon, he heard footsteps, the king returning from his latest match. "I live in a stolen palace, surrounded by mindless dolls. It's ridiculous." The king's voice was low, contemplative. He didn't expect an answer. Seer held his tongue, though internally he was screaming. The king sounded exactly like a moody influencer complaining about his perfect life. If this guy lived in Seer's world, he'd be roasted online in seconds. Seer could already picture the post. "I was born the king of my race. I have 3 loyal subordinates. I've never lost a fight. I live in luxury. Hundreds of thousands worship me. But I feel empty." It would go viral in minutes. And the comments section? Brutal. Seer snorted and pulled out his notepad. Time to write. A new piece, Understanding the Mind of the Enemy Commander. Also titled Autobiography of the Ant King. First-person POV from birth, to conquering the palace, to meeting a human girl, to his existential crisis. No one else on the human side understood the king like Seer did. They hadn't even seen his face. 10,000 words later, Seer sent the document to every contact in his list. Just in time, he sensed Neferpito heading toward the king. Trouble brewing. Seer followed. As he arrived, he heard the king telling Neferpito to retract her N from within the palace. It made him uncomfortable. Just keep the N outside the palace for security. Seer nearly laughed aloud. Was the king trying to help the humans? First, breaking his arm and distracting Pito. Now, weakening palace defenses? And then, Neferpito brought up Seer himself. He was a potential threat already inside the palace. The most dangerous intruder. Seer's brow twitched. Slander. How dare you, he snapped, stepping forward. I've fought the king dozens of times and never once betrayed myself. If I wanted him dead, I'd have already done it. Are you insulting me, or the king? Do you think he's that weak? He grabbed Neferpito by the cat ears and yanked. That's enough, the king intervened. The N stays limited to the first floor. No one comes upstairs. I'll handle any intruders personally. Pito bowed in submission. You're certainly confident, Seer muttered, half praise, half warning. If the humans succeeded, it'd be thanks to the king. Seer suddenly paused, his gaze drawn skyward. His 4 crimson eyes scanned the clouds. A winged creature approached, riding it, 2 figures. He recognized one instantly, Isaac Netero. The other, much stronger than before. Great. Netero barely tried against him, but goes all out for the king? Rude. At 11:55 p.m., Neferpito also looked up, her instincts screaming danger. A golden light burst from the sky, followed by a rain of golden meteors, blazing divine arrows descending upon the palace. Seer rose into the sky, carrying Amy and Ellie by the collar. Pito launched upward, trying to intercept, but the enemy's aura knocked her down like a fly. At midnight, the palace exploded under the divine barrage. Seer's eyes flicked to the chess room. One human was critically wounded. It was Mai. She hadn't died at the hands of monsters, but of human hands. Ironic. Pito fell, landed, and sprinted into the ruined palace. Meanwhile, several humans infiltrated via the lower stairs. Well, Seer sighed, guess the best place to watch a movie was inside after all. He returned with the siblings in tow. Netero and Zeno had already reached the king. Pito crouched on the windowsill. Yuppie was battling another intruder nearby. The king gently laid Mai down and called to Pito. Neferpito, heal her. Please. Please. The king actually said please. Amy's jaw dropped. That's new. Pito's pupils dilated. Tears poured from her eyes. The king didn't cry. She did. I can't stand this cheesy drama, Seer muttered, stepping back. The Ant King had become soft. Netero and Zeno didn't strike. They stood still, unsure whether it was right to attack someone saving a human. Finally, the king stood. We'll move somewhere else. This place isn't suitable. He disappeared, reappearing behind the humans in a blur. They hadn't even seen him move. Only Seer, his 6 crimson eyes wide open, saw it all clearly. The 3 warriors departed for battle. Yuppie and Poof continued fighting. Other hunters closed in. Seer didn't know where to look first. It was like choosing a movie on a packed holiday. Back in the ruins, Pito used Dr. Blythe to begin healing Mai. Her gut was pierced, blood-soaked and pale, eyes shut. Still alive, barely. If she died, Seer figured the king would turn against humanity entirely. A revenge arc. Powerful stuff. You coming to watch? Amy and Ellie asked. Absolutely, Seer grinned, thinking of the impending clash. The Ant King, furious. Netero, serious. It was going to be a show. Chapter 182. The battlefield chosen by the Ant King in Netero was a barren wasteland, not too far from the palace, but not exactly close either. At the very least, Seer could still sense what was happening back at the palace if he concentrated. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a one-sided victory between the still developing Ant King and the aged Netero. But they weren't even really fighting. They were talking. Bickering. Or was the Ant King trying to recruit a new life mentor? After seeing Komugi injured, the Ant King seemed to have a minor epiphany. He realized that not all humans were livestock. Some were worth letting live. So he told Netero that if he surrendered, he could forgive him. But only him. The rest of humanity? Still not worth sparing in the Ant King's eyes. Well, it's something, Seer thought. At least the Ant King hadn't fallen hopelessly in love and become pathetic. That would have been disappointing. The king's still interesting, then. Naturally, Netero, the chairman of the Hunter Association, would never agree. He had come here for humanity, how could he possibly accept? You know you're going to lose, but you still won't admit defeat. The Ant King asked calmly, voice full of certainty. He believed he would win. There was no doubt in him. And the thing was, I think I might have been the one helping him get stronger this whole time, Seer murmured, watching the two square off in the distance. Netero hadn't had much time for rehabilitation. Meanwhile, the Ant King had grown steadily stronger with each battle against Seer. This wasn't a fair fight. It couldn't end like this. Wheel of Law, Seer said, holding out his hand. A brilliant blue roulette wheel spun into the air. Before it could choose at random, Seer declared. To guarantee the stack effect, I'm picking 3 cards, the Sun, upright, the World, upright, and Judgment, upright. The cost, once the effects wear off, I'll lose access to my Nen, and suffer the debuffs from the other 2 drawn cards. The boost would last 24 hours. That was enough, and a fair price for choosing 3 specific cards. The roulette stopped. 5 cards shot from it. 3 buffs, the Sun, the World, Judgment. 2 debuffs, the Star, reversed, and the Hermit, reversed. All 5 major arcana. Chairman, don't move. I'm giving you a buff. Let me see your true strength, Seer called out and tossed the 3 chosen cards toward him. Humph. Netero didn't quite grasp what buff meant, but he recognized it as a form of assistance. He didn't dodge. The Ant King didn't stop it either, overconfident, as usual. Let's see what you've got, the king said smugly. But then Netero began to glow. The Sun restores energy, the World replenishes aura, and Judgment liberates from past constraints, Seer whispered to himself. The effect of 3 cards stacked at 175%. In other words, unlimited aura, limitless energy, and all mental and physical restrictions lifted for 24 hours. Netero transformed, from a shriveled old man into a radiant, vigorous fighter. He was no longer bound by age. At least not today. Meanwhile, Seer felt the debuffs from his 2 remaining cards hit. He lost the ability to speak, and one of his memories. Why am I here? He mouthed, confused. His lips moved, but no sound came. He raised an eyebrow. Fascinated, not alarmed. He tried to call the Wheel of Law again. Nothing. So he had already used it. That much was clear. The loss of speech and amnesia must have been the cost. But why target himself with the debuffs? Wait. Who did he use the boosts on? He turned toward the battlefield. The glowing Super Saiyan-looking man. Was that Netero? Then the green-skinned opponent. Was that the Ant King? Apparently he had lost all memory from NGL onward. But that didn't mean he was stupid. He could tell from the aura that these 2 were serious. And judging from context, he must have boosted Netero's power. Probably because the old man couldn't win otherwise. Sounded like something he'd do. These two are here too, he noted, glancing at Amy and Eily beside him. He remembered them from the hunter exam, at least. But they likely didn't know his goals either. That was fine. He didn't enjoy explaining himself, and besides, he couldn't talk right now anyway. He turned his attention back to the battle. It would take a while. He had time. The Chimera ants must have crowned a king, Seer concluded. That one fighting Netero. Definitely him. Netero wouldn't fight just anyone, after all. Seer pulled out his phone, and paused. It wasn't his usual device. Had it been broken? Who could have done that? Had he fought the Ant King already? His power level was certainly high enough to suggest as much. Also, his 6 eyes felt like they were bearing more strain than usual. His compatibility hadn't dropped. He reached up and accidentally brushed against something strange. Something soft. Something round. He opened the front camera, and went silent. He had 4 eyes now. Oh. Neat. Creepy, but neat. He messaged Marrow, "Where are you?" "Sir, we're still in the forest," Marrow replied instantly, as if he'd been hovering over the screen all day. Seer sighed. Vague. Too much effort to go searching. Come to me. Let them find him instead. Sora could track his scent, no problem. He put his phone away and surveyed the palace. People were fighting everywhere. Why here? Who started it? The haze of amnesia made everything feel oddly dreamlike. He spotted Gon and Killua in the palace, both much stronger now, judging by their aura. But he wasn't especially interested in them. Elsewhere, bizarre forms, shapeshifting monsters, puppet masters, butterfly-winged freaks, battled strange humans. None of the ants had the power to interest him. But they were wary of him. Some even stopped attacking others just to keep an eye on him. What were they so nervous about? Had he fought them before? If he didn't remember it, it must not have been that important. Besides, even if he had beaten them, they probably deserved it. He checked his compatibility levels, Sukuna at 81%, Gojo at 75%. Just shy of full. And his 6 eyes were running double time. His current power was a strange fusion of Nen and cursed energy, something you couldn't measure just by numbers. He might not be stronger than the Ant King or Netero individually, but as a total package. Well, it'd be hard to beat him. Still, he was curious how strong he really was now. He wandered the battlefield, watching a pair of unfamiliar fighters, one with floating severed hands and a birdcage, the other shirtless and looking like a doll. The aesthetics were bizarre, but their Nen abilities intrigued him. Unfortunately, they were clearly outmatched. Soon, the man with the floating hands was left bleeding in a pool of blood, while the other knelt beside him. "Don't worry. I'll end this," the shirtless man, Nakulu, was it? Promised. Cool power, Seer thought. Like a weird curse-based version of debt collection. He picked up the unconscious man, healed him with reversal techniques, and set him aside. Then, bored, he returned to the Netero vs Ant King fight. Same location. Still going. Super Saiyan Netero still hadn't overwhelmed the king. What was he waiting for? If Netero had the upper hand now, why was he hesitating? Then he heard it, they were talking. Negotiating. The Ant King would win only if Netero admitted defeat. That was the agreement. Ugh. That's such a human condition. And the king seemed ready to accept it. Disgusted, Seer pulled out his phone, tapped the voice playback, and cranked the volume. Super Netero, punch the Ant King, kick V5. The recording blared. The two on the battlefield froze briefly. They didn't understand the first half. But the second half? That they definitely understood. And with no warning, the battle resumed. Netero summoned a giant golden bodhisattva behind him, thousands of hands, every strike radiant and divine. The golden aura from his stacked buff cards made him glow like a miniature sun. Just one hit drove the Ant King deep into the earth, blood spraying into the air. The king, startled, wiped his mouth, then raised his gaze. So that's how it is. I guess I'll have to beat it into you. His voice was low, cold. He had been lenient, tolerant. But that tolerance was wearing thin. Humans are wary of power. They scheme. They lie. They never yield. Perhaps it was time to show them who the real apex predator was. Chapter 183. The golden image radiated the sacred energy of the Buddha's light, while deep purple nen surged with malice and deadly intent. Even from their aura alone, it seemed clear who was good and who was evil. The Ant King's health and nen reserves were unbelievably vast. Even against Netero, now powered with infinite aura regeneration, he wasn't defeated instantly. He was merely slightly at a disadvantage. This was clearly going to be a long battle. Unless one side had enough power to end it in a single strike, there would be no swift resolution. But the strange rhythm of their fight, pausing to talk mid-battle, back and forth like an awkward conversation, was unsettling. Seer narrowed his eyes. He preferred knocking someone down and stepping on their face before chatting. This slow pacing bored him. Compared to the chess match of posturing between Netero and the Ant King, Gon's current situation seemed far more compelling. Eily, you observe here. I'll return to the palace and monitor the behavior of the king's subordinates, Amy instructed calmly. After all, their goal was to observe the evolution of a species, not just the Ant King's personal growth. The actions of his subordinates during wartime are just as valuable. I understand, brother, Eily nodded, still hugging her lamb plush. Gon was inside one of the palace chambers, surrounded by 2 chimera ants and a severely injured human girl. Nakulu, the enhancer with the 3 disembodied hands, was also there. Seer jumped in from a shattered window, landing softly. You're back. Where's the king? Asked Shapoof, voice sharp. The familiarity in his tone made Seer frown. Seer typed on his phone. Chatting with a human. What's wrong with your throat? Shapoof asked, his concern feigned behind a well-controlled expression. Seer didn't respond. He rolled his eyes. Just another golden-haired annoyance. Nearby, Neferpito crouched beside Kamugi, the human girl. The Dr. Bly puppet floated overhead, thin threads darting in and out of her open wounds like a macabre surgery. Gon sat cross-legged on the floor. His aura raged around him like a silent storm. He had grown up overnight. Seer's memory, having stopped around the time of Greed Island, flagged this as wrong. He typed. What are you doing? Gon's voice was low. Waiting until she finishes healing. Then I'm going to make her talk. Talk? About what? Did this ant wrong Gon? Seer, unaware of the lie he had previously told Gon, found himself annoyed at Neferpito all over again. This is too slow, he muttered. He reached toward Kamugi. Reversal technique. Unlike Neferpito, who had worked meticulously for over half an hour, Seer's healing was instantaneous. With a pulse of energy, the gaping wound sealed shut. Cold sweat broke out on Neferpito's brow. Her pupils dilated. Gon stood. This place isn't right. Come with me. Neferpito glanced between the healed girl and the smiling boy who radiated unshakable confidence. Then followed him silently. Follow me, said Shapoof to Nakulu with a twisted smile. The plan was to lure all 3 royal guards away from the king. Nakulu had no choice but to follow. Xiaopoof's eyes rolled back in his skull before he exploded into a swarm of tiny clones that flew through the ceiling. Nakulu disappeared with him. Seer remained, sensing something from the terrace. He moved toward it. Under the moonlight, a white tiger galloped on the wind. "Sir!" called a familiar voice as a blonde figure jumped from the tiger's back. Another figure, with long silver hair that shimmered like moonlight, landed beside him. It looked cinematic. Should he grow his hair out too? But wait, Kite was here? Seer typed. "What have you two been doing?" "Sir? What's wrong with your voice? Are you hurt?" "Who did this?" Mero asked in a panic. His hand twitched as if he wanted to touch Seer's throat but held back. Hope it wasn't someone still alive. Because if so, they wouldn't be for long. "It's just my ability. Can't speak today," Seer typed. "Ants taste terrible," muttered Kong, the white tiger, nuzzling against Seer like a complaining cat. Seer hadn't been with them lately, nor had he cooked. Mero had been foraging. With most wildlife devoured by the ants, only ants remained. And they were foul. "This place was hit hard," Kite murmured, observing the building's damage and lingering bloodstains. "There are ants here." "The Ant King's palace. Humans and ants are still fighting outside," Seer replied through typed text. Of course, he didn't know much else. The memory loss didn't help. Back in the forest. "Where's Kite?" "Give him back to me," Gon said to Neferpito, expression flat. "Who's that?" she asked, genuinely confused. "The man with us that day." Neferpito paused, then recalled the figure. A silver-haired toy she'd smashed to bits. She'd meant to repair him later, but was intercepted and taken back to the Queen's Nest by Amy and Eiley, turned into a sheep, no less. She'd returned later, but the pieces were gone. "I killed him. I don't know where he is. His body vanished. I'm not lying." Neferpito sounded unusually honest. Gon stared. No lie detected. But wait, Seer told him Neferpito had turned Kite into a puppet. And wasn't Seer still in the palace? Gon turned around and started walking. Neferpito followed nervously. Even though Gon looked the same, his aura was wildly different now. His growth had been rapid, terrifying. After Kite heard there were humans fighting ants, he dashed off. Soon after, Gon returned, with Neferpito in tow. "Why are you two back?" Seer typed, confused. "Didn't one of them say they had unfinished business?" Gon stepped forward. "Tell me the truth. Is Kite still alive?" If Kite were dead, who had he just seen? Wait. This meant Gon thought Kite had been killed by Neferpito. And why ask Seer? Oh. He must have lied to Gon before. That sounded like something he'd do. Probably just for the hell of it. While Seer puzzled over the possibilities, he finally decided. Kite's alive. He was just here. Probably fighting ants right now. The black mist around Gon lifted. Really? He's alive? Gon's face lit up. Yup. I only lied to motivate you. Looks like it worked. Even memory loss couldn't dampen Seer's talent for lying. Thank you. Gon beamed, eyes bright again. Wait. That human is alive? Neferpito's voice shook. She definitely killed him. Even tore off his head. Seer fell into deep thought. So the lie he told wasn't entirely false. This ant had killed Kite once. So how was Kite alive? His Nen ability? Or did Seer do something unknowingly? His reversal technique couldn't revive the dead. Strange. So where is Kite now? Gon asked. Over there. Seer pointed. Gon left, dashing in the direction Kite had gone. Seer's eyes narrowed, landing on Neferpito. She wasn't human. Decently strong. Loyal. Cat-like. Made for a cute pet, honestly. Neferpito felt his eyes on her and froze. Her tail stopped moving. Why that look? So devoid of emotion. She realized suddenly, that was the same look he used when observing the king. Seer was wondering. Why hadn't he made her his pet yet? Ah, maybe he didn't want her. Maybe he wanted someone stronger. There was only one ant stronger than Neferpito. The Ant King. Of course. He looked away. Neferpito exhaled deeply, her breath shaky. You should stay and watch over her. I assume this is the king's order? Seer typed, gesturing toward Komugi. Neferpito nodded and resumed her position beside the girl. When Seer returned to the battlefield, the Ant King was nearly defeated. Netero, despite his injuries, was glowing gold. The card buff hadn't granted him defense, but it had enhanced his power tenfold. Seer clasped his hands. Born from darkness, darker than black. All filth shall be sealed. A translucent black-gray veil descended over the king, forming a perfect 8-meter circle. Then, a small black cube landed in the center. The Ant King tried to escape, only to slam against invisible walls. Even digging underground failed. The smaller the field, the stronger the seal, Seer thought. President, you did great. I knew you'd win. You're amazing. He typed, grinning. Prison gate, open. Red eyes opened on the cube. Red tendrils emerged, ensnaring the king. The decision is yours, Master Ball. The tendrils yanked the king into the box. Prison gate, close. The box shut. The red eyes turned purple. I need a name for this pet, Seer typed. What was his? Netero nodded. The queen gave him one. Ryomen. Ryomen. Seer mused. It meant the light that illuminates all. Didn't suit him at all. Still, whatever. You hear that? Your name is Ryomen now. The eyes on the cube blinked slowly. What are you doing? Netero asked. He's my pet now. Just like Kong, Seer typed. Ow? Kong gasped. He's not cute. He doesn't even have fur. I better outrank him. Seer nodded solemnly. You will. I won't release him often, he added. The other royal guards, Poof, and Yuppie, arrived. Seer quickly pocketed the cube. Where's the king? Poof screamed, panicked. Dunno. Maybe he died. Seer shrugged and raised his phone, showing the text to them. King. Poof's shriek echoed across the ruined battlefield. Chapter 184. Xiao Poof, despite sending out countless clones and digging 3 feet into the earth, couldn't find the king, and finally collapsed. Seer watched Poof kneeling on the ground with a blank face and lifeless eyes, wailing like a child. He fell silent. Yuppie, standing nearby, didn't seem nearly as despairing. It seemed. This one had a particularly deep attachment to the Ant King. Kill them, Chairman, Seer typed and showed the message to Netero, who was still in his radiant, buffed state. He had expected that by claiming the king was dead, it would enrage the 2 royal guards into attacking. Then he could kill them easily, no moral qualms needed. But to his surprise, the news had broken Poof's will instead. With the king lost, it was as if he'd lost the very meaning of existence. The king isn't dead. Why say that to provoke them? Netero sighed, his tone weary. Are you the kind who treats your enemies with kindness? Seer typed back, staring skeptically at Netero. If they're enemies, teasing and deceiving them is perfectly acceptable, no. Ah. Getting soft in your old age, huh? The king isn't dead? Where is he? Give the king back to me. Poof suddenly stirred, hope flooding back into his eyes. Here, Seer typed, then casually tossed the prison gate device into the air. "He's locked in here. Want to try taking him back?" he typed with a crooked grin. It was the kind of question with an obvious answer. Of course they wanted to. Poof lunged for the device. "But even if you take it, you won't be able to break the seal. I'm the only one in the world who can unlock it," Seer continued typing with a smirk. Just as Poof clutched the box, Seer thought, "Come back." The prison gate instantly vanished from Poof's hands and reappeared in Seer's palm. "Wherever you hide it, as long as I want it, it'll return to me." Seer smirked, flipping the device lazily. Bound props. Just like Curse and the Heavenly Doom Lance, Prison Gate was something Seer had bought through the system, meaning only he could wield it, summon it, and control it. So even if the Ant King had crushed Curse earlier, he'd simply respawn it. And no matter where someone tried to stash away the Prison Gate or the Lance, he could call them back instantly. "Is the king alright?" Poof asked in a panicked voice. "Well, aside from his mood, he's probably fine," Seer replied while eyeing the sealed device. There had been a flicker of open eyes on the box earlier, but now they were all closed. After all, the king didn't have 6 eyes. He couldn't just brute force a peek outside. Only Gojo could do that kind of trick. "What will it take for you to return the king to us?" Poof asked with clenched fists. "You're asking for something that's already in my hands. Please," Seer typed with a scoff. "The king is my collectible now. Don't get greedy." He flipped the device casually, fingers dancing as he typed. The king was a rare pet, high value. He wasn't just going to hand him over like a fool. Plus, it made for a good story. "I once captured Ryomen," he could say. "Nice notch on the belt." Poof trembled visibly in frustration, while Yuppie stayed unusually calm. Seer glanced at the hulking brute. Weird. Shouldn't this guy be the impulsive type? Among the royal guards, Catgirl Neferpito looked like the cute mascot, Yugi looked like a war machine, and Poof played the scheming advisor. But their personalities didn't fully match the visuals. "Chairman, your buff should have worn off by now, right?" Seer typed, glancing at Netero, who was still glowing faintly. "Well, almost full health. Let's fix that." Seer reached out a hand. Reverse technique. In an instant, Netero's injuries vanished. Back to 100%. "Fight me," Seer typed, ending with an emoji-like symbol of excitement. "You really do love fighting," Netero sighed, but couldn't help smiling. "Alright. Let's go." Seer noticed the royal guards loitering and frowned. He tossed Prison Gate at them. "Take this and get lost. You're just going to be in the way." The ants scrambled to catch it and flew off, though they hovered nearby, watching. "Don't worry, King. We'll find a way to free you," Poof whispered to the box. Back on the battlefield, Seer typed to Netero, "By the way, I don't like turn-based fights. This should be a full contact life or death match. No waiting your turn like with the king." "Got it," Netero said. Seer removed Heavenly Doom Lance and disabled Limitless, just to keep things interesting. The battle started. And Netero drove him straight into the ground. Seer couldn't remember the last time his body failed to keep up. So this is what losing feels like. But losing made him stronger. The more pain he experienced, the more his cursed energy grew. That's how sorcerers worked. The more broken you were, the more terrifying you became. As the fight dragged on, his cursed energy surged. Blood dripped from countless cuts. He smiled. Netero watched warily. That wasn't a human smile. That was a predator's grin. The fight raged for 21 hours. By the end, both were covered in blood and bruises. Hunters and ants alike had gathered to watch. Then the buff wore off. Netero's youthful glow faded. The sun aura disappeared. He returned to his old, wrinkled self. At the same moment, Seer's energy collapsed. The reversed hermit card kicked in. He couldn't use Nen anymore. The battle ended. For a moment. But then Seer moved. With blinding speed, he appeared in front of Netero and plunged his hand into the chairman's chest. Gasps rippled across the audience. "Ah," Seer said softly. "I remember now." His voice returned. His memories clicked back into place. He really had intended to do this all along. "Don't worry. I just want to see the poor man's rose," Seer whispered. "If my heart stops beating, it'll detonate," Netero warned calmly, gripping Seer's wrist. "Relax. I'm an excellent bomb technician." With the help of 6 eyes, Seer carefully disabled the micro-bomb embedded in the chairman's heart. It took seconds. "There. That's it?" He frowned. Could this really have killed Ryomen? "Where's the Ant King?" someone asked. Netero simply looked at Seer. So much for strategy. Young people. So unpredictable. The war is over. The winner, humanity. Amy, scribbling quietly from the shadows, jotted the final line in her notebook. "You can go home now, Ellie." "President, since I contributed so much, can I be upgraded to a triple-star hunter?" Seer asked as he pocketed the bomb, planning to play with it later. "Not quite," Netero replied awkwardly. "It doesn't meet the requirements." "TCH. Stingy." Seer grumbled. Sure enough, being mute had been tiring. Talking again felt great. The war had ended in an unexpectedly tidy way. While not all ants were eliminated, the remaining ones posed little threat. Some didn't even hate humans anymore. The royal guards, previously the greatest danger, now followed Seer. "Why are the 3 royal guards following him?" Gon asked, pointing at Seer as they watched him walk away with Neferpito, Poof, and Yuki trailing behind. "Probably related to the Ant King disappearing," Killua muttered. No sign of Ryomen's body. No mention from Netero. And yet, the royal guards had sworn fealty to a human. It made no sense. "Are you seriously going to follow me everywhere?" Seer asked, frowning. "Wherever the king is, we shall go," Poof declared. Since Seer had the king, and was the only one who could release him, the royal guards had no choice. Seer rubbed his chin. "Feels like I'm forgetting something." "Ah, right. The love story between the Ant King and Komugi." Well, too late. He had captured the protagonist. "Show's over. You 3 behave. Maybe I'll give the king back someday," he said, waving prison gate. "Is he really inside?" Pito asked curiously. "He's not lying," Poof confirmed. "I can feel it." Still, Poof smiled coldly in his heart. As long as the king was sealed, the king wouldn't see the human girl again. If anything, maybe they could kill her first. Suddenly, Seer's face loomed into Poof's vision. "Thinking bad thoughts?" he asked, eyes half-lidded. "If you kill without my permission, you'll never see your king again." Plan aborted. "So we really have to obey him now?" Pito asked softly. "Yes," Seer answered instead. "I have your king. You can't stop me. Get used to it." It felt good. Like being regent to a captive emperor. 3 royal guards. Basically, walking death machines. All his. "Shameless," Poof muttered through clenched teeth. "Ugh. I'm tired." Seer stretched. He hadn't slept in ages. Every time he got tired, he healed himself with reverse technique. It had become a bad habit. Even though his body was fine, his soul was exhausted. And because he was surrounded by royal guards, he'd been keeping Limitless on constantly just in case. He could kill them all. But it was more fun to keep them. "Go find a place to wait. I have a little experiment to do." He waved lazily and vanished. Seer reappeared deep in the mountains, far from the others, holding something in his hands. The poor man's rose. Time to test it. He detonated it. A massive explosion. A black rose of smoke and flame burst across the forest. Seer was blasted apart, limbs gone, skin scorched. If he hadn't had so much HP, he might have actually died. That's it? His limbs regenerated instantly. He breathed in deeply. Then gagged and coughed up black blood. Ah. So it's the gas, not the blast, he realized, analyzing the poison coursing through him. It's like a virus, eating away at cells. Reverse technique. It took more effort than healing a wound, but he did it. He purged the virus from his system. He was probably the only person alive who could survive that bomb. I should try to get more of these. Definitely worth keeping a few around. For fun. Chapter 185. Outside the airship, Marrow and Kong ignored the three ants, staring only in the direction Seer had gone. The three guards, likewise, ignored Marrow and Kong, though for different reasons. Marrow and Sora disregarded them because they saw the three newcomers as unwelcome intruders. The three guards, on the other hand, looked down on Marrow and Sora due to their comparatively weak strength. This created a delicate balance, one that would shatter if either side chose to provoke the other. Just as Marrow and Sora continued to wait anxiously, a familiar white-haired figure appeared on the horizon. Seer returned, now wearing a black hoodie, sweatpants, and sneakers. The clothes he'd worn earlier had been incinerated. "You all get along quite harmoniously," Seer said as he landed, opening his eyes and offering praise so false it felt like parody. It was a mystery how he could see any sort of harmony in such a tense atmosphere. "If you say so," Marrow replied loyally, without question. Seer raised his eyebrows to speak but froze, his expression darkening instantly. Dee dee. A shrill alarm blared in his mind. What's with this sudden alert? Seer asked inwardly. "Host, did you capture the Ant King?" The system's synthetic voice rang with a hint of urgency. "Yeah. What's the problem?" Seer asked flatly. No one said he couldn't. He had a prison gate artifact, it would have been a waste not to use it. Why else have a device made for locking beings inside? World plot progression has been altered. World exploration will now stall. "And how is that my fault?" Seer muttered. Wasn't this about world exploration, not plot integrity? No wonder his exploration rate only increased 0.1% at a time despite traveling extensively. Due to drastic changes in the current world's timeline, the system will begin accelerating energy collection. Please be prepared for extraction from this world at any moment. Wait, what? Seer watched in disbelief as the energy bar in his system UI shot up to 80% and then began to crawl. He still hadn't reached the Dark Continent. It was too early to be pulled away now. "We're moving. Now," Seer said, boarding the airship in a hurry. Though the others didn't know why he was suddenly so urgent, they followed without question. "Where are we headed, sir?" Marrow asked. "Fly over the sea. As far as it goes," Seer said. He had no real map or path, but history was clear, new lands were always discovered by sailing. If he kept going, he'd find the Dark Continent eventually. "The airship probably can't handle a trip that long," Marrow said uneasily. "TCH. It's garbage," Seer muttered. "Do we have a ship, then?" "Yes, but it'll take time to prepare." "Then tell them to hurry up," Seer snapped. "We're going." "I understand." Meanwhile, Olapoof finally couldn't hold his silence. "Where are you taking the king?" Seer's red eyes slid toward him. "For you three, it's probably back to your homeland." He wasn't sure how to get to the Dark Continent, but if anyone should know how to return, it was a chimera ant. Do you know how to get there? Seer asked. The three guards looked at one another. Where is that? You don't have inherited memories? Seer asked, genuinely baffled. Oh, right. You're hybrids. Mutts. That explains it. Maybe only the queen had any idea how to return. But she was dead. And the twin siblings who might have known ran off the moment he sealed Ryomen, clearly afraid they'd be next. He turned to Sora. Even his tiger wasn't helpful here. This is where the queen came from, Neferpito muttered, her gaze sharpening. You're going there? Olapoof added, now visibly rattled. They clearly did know something, though perhaps not by name. The Chimera ants wouldn't call it the Dark Continent. To them, it was just home. I want to go because it's dangerous, Seer said, grinning. Wouldn't be any fun otherwise. We only remember the queen warning us to avoid it, Pito said, her tail flicking with unease. Then you're all useless, Seer sighed. There are creatures over there. Stronger than our species, Olapoof recalled in a low voice. It's said the two non-human siblings came from there as well, and that they're even higher in the food chain than us, Yubi added. Seer leaned back. So, the Chimera ants got strong by eating humans and inheriting Nen. But if you only eat weaklings, you stay weak. It made sense why the Dark Continent versions were considered lesser, they likely had fewer powerful food sources. Do you think demons live over there? He mused aloud. He recalled rumors. People calling his tattoos cursed. Theories that devils granted or cursed powers. Sir, the ship will be ready in 3 days, at East Gorto's port, Mero reported. Ah, reliable gangster logistics. When he got back, he'd need to get himself a butler. One that could cook, too. He couldn't let Sukuna win the domestic showdown. 3 days later. The docks were deserted. East Gorto was still recovering, either in hospitals or in mourning. A sleek, 3-story private vessel docked before them. Polished. Recently overhauled. This is Polish's personal yacht. Freshly maintained, Mero said with reverence. His family had used this boat annually to spend a month at sea. Several of his siblings had died during those trips. Good enough, Seer said, boarding without fanfare. He'd grown up around luxury yachts. They'd been his father's favorite hangouts when dodging responsibility and hiding his gambling. Seer used to blackmail him as a kid, threatening to tattle unless he got paid. That's how he achieved financial independence before grade school. Inside the ship, swimming pool, gym, casino, medical bay. But it was slow. Seer glanced at Sora. The white tiger blinked in disbelief. Go faster. With a whine, Sora lay on the deck and summoned the wind, pushing the boat forward. Then Seer looked at the other 2 freeloaders. Don't just stand there, he snapped at Olapoof and Yuppie. Help out. He tied them up with thick hemp ropes, one end to the bow, the other to their torsos. Fly. Reluctantly, they took off. They knew better than to argue. Seer tossed the prison gate up and down casually. I could throw this into the sea, you know. The guards gritted their teeth and accepted their fate. What about me, meow? Neferpito asked, tail twitching. Come here. Seer patted the deck chair beside him. She squatted between Sora and Seer, content. You can catch fish, he added. Eyes sparkling, she extended her tail, dipped it into the water, and used her hands to scoop at fish. She's easy to distract, Seer muttered. Mero stood silently behind them, balancing a tray with icy malice. It almost rivaled the Chimera guards. Seer looked like a spoiled villain. Pets, butlers, guards doing manual labor. All he needed was to casually sick them on someone for fun. The voyage dragged on. Seeing too much ocean blurred sky and sea, and even experienced sailors grew disoriented. Islands dotted the horizon here and there, but none of them looked like the Dark Continent. Somehow, Seer could tell intuitively. No. Not it. Messages from the Hunter Association poured in. V5 wanted to talk. He ignored them all. Even a supposed prince from the Kakin Empire tried to order him around. Seer hung up before the sentence ended. A mere prince? He scoffed. Even nukes can't kill me. Marrow eventually discovered the source of the rumors. V5 and Kakin think you killed the Ant King and subdued his guards. That's not true. The Ant King is still alive, Seer muttered, glancing at the sealed prison gate. I didn't subdue the guards, either. So who leaked it? He asked. Marrow shook his head. We couldn't find out. TCH. Forget it. Seer tossed his phone into the sea. He'd need a new one soon anyway. And once he left this world, who cared what they said? Chapter 186. Passing through countless uninhabited islands, Seer and his crew encountered issues with their ship. This is the third time we've ended up in the same place, Marrow said, frowning as he examined the surroundings with a compass. There seemed to be some kind of invisible barrier at the edge of the uninhabited zone, pushing them back to where they started over and over. Seer took off his sunglasses and looked around. The sea remained a darker blue than the sky above, seemingly without shadows. Other than a few scattered islets, nothing else was in sight. Yet the ship continued to drift in circles. Weird. Seer muttered, rubbing his chin. He leapt off the boat, stepping onto the water and walking forward slowly, encountering no resistance. Neferpito crouched at the bow, expanding her end to cover a kilometer-wide range. She detected nothing. The ship was finally able to move forward again, and the journey remained uneventful. Come to think of it, I feel like I've overlooked something, Seer murmured as he walked across the sea. What was it? Caught meow. Neferpito's excited voice rang out from behind, followed by a splash. Marrow had fallen into the water, but Neferpito was clutching a strange lanternfish and looked at him with confusion. What's wrong with him, meow? She asked, holding a fish bigger than herself. An illusion, Seer said calmly. No sooner had he spoken than the seawater around them turned pitch black. A massive shadow, larger than the ship, moved beneath the surface. Marrow, who had been floating, was suddenly yanked downward by a raspberry-pink tentacle and vanished in an instant. The dark shape quickly receded. An octopus? Seer dove in without hesitation. 3 seconds later, he resurfaced with an unconscious Marrow, who was still wrapped at the waist by a twitching tentacle. Violent waves surged across the sea. A colossal octopus, easily 4 or 5 stories high, rose from the water, its shadow engulfing the entire ship. I feel kind of dizzy, Seer said, staring at the raspberry-colored creature with deep thought. Heavy, yes, but also oddly stylish in its grotesqueness. The octopus emitted strange sound waves, seemingly trying to communicate. No one could understand it, but the creature appeared hesitant. What's it hesitating for? It seemed uncertain about the power level of Seer's group, but was clearly hostile to intruders in its territory. Hesitation vanished. It whipped its tentacles, creating a whirlpool of turbulent waves. Its form loomed overhead like a sea god descending. The ship rocked violently, looking as if it might capsize at any moment. Technique reversal, heal, Seer said, raising a hand. Crimson energy coalesced and shot toward the octopus. Ripples spread through the air, followed by a thunderous explosion. The beast crashed back into the sea, splashing high enough to jostle the already unstable ship. The shadow below slowly faded, vanishing as though it had never existed. Seer had already mastered Black Flash as a fundamental attack. Under normal circumstances, such a hit would have killed most living beings. But the octopus was still alive. It now seemed to recognize the power dynamic and retreated. After all, octopuses have 3 hearts. It wasn't too surprising that this one was hard to kill. Ah, wait, don't run. Neferpitou suddenly yelped as the large fish in her arms slapped her with its tail. The blow seemed to have a stunning effect, leaving her momentarily dazed. The fish took the chance to wriggle free and dive back into the sea. It quickly vanished. The sea returned to its original blue hue. Seer picked up Marrow, who looked half dead but peaceful. He raised a hand and slapped him twice. "Wake up." "Sir?" Marrow blinked in confusion, covering his swollen cheeks, unable to grasp what had just happened. "That fish." Seer threw him back onto the ship casually, recalling what Neferpitou had caught. That creature seemed to induce hallucinations. Appearing alongside the octopus, they seemed to be working together. Even after the octopus was defeated, the fish fled instantly, clearly an accomplice or follower. Marrow had clearly been mentally affected before falling into the water, and was immediately taken by the tentacles, like it had happened before. Why Marrow, though? Probably because he was the weakest on board, seen as the easiest target. Seer and the 3 royal guards, being non-human, had natural resistance to mental interference. As for Seer himself, the octopus likely couldn't tell whether he was human at all. As long as it wasn't insane, it wouldn't mistake him for prey. The king's 3 royal guards could wipe the floor with Marrow. So Marrow was the only viable target. "You have poor mental resistance," Seer told him. His combat strength wasn't terrible, but his mental fortitude. Seer had long suspected that Marrow's psyche was teetering on the brink of breakdown. "I'm so sorry." Marrow immediately prostrated himself, kneeling on the deck with his face still swollen and wet. No need to ask, he knew he had caused trouble. "It's all because I'm too weak. I'm so sorry," he repeated, banging his forehead on the deck with a dull thud. Within seconds, his forehead was bleeding and swollen. Seer looked at him and sighed. "I'm sick of apologies. What you should focus on is strengthening your mind." He lifted his foot and stopped Marrow's bow with his toes, careful not to get blood on his shoes. Anyone who clings to past pain and can't move forward has no future. In truth, whether it's pain or joy, those who remain stuck in the past can never move toward the future. "Sir," Marrow whispered, his tears mixing with blood as they dripped onto the deck. He had seen the face of someone trying to kill him. Did Seer want to kill him? In that moment, his mind broke. He could only think. So it's true. The adults looked down on me, my strength. With 3 powerful ants on board now, I'm even more useless. It makes sense to get rid of dead weight, right? He closed his eyes, accepting death. Even after realizing it was an illusion, he didn't feel relieved, only more afraid. He was just a burden to Seer. "Forget it, I can't follow your logic," Seer muttered, waving his hand dismissively. Marrow was like a toxic fanboy, obsessing over his brother. Every mood and emotion tied to that person's words. Now that brother had been replaced by Seer himself, well, it wasn't so bad. Seer didn't understand the fragile mental world of people like Marrow. But if he was the one being idolized, then fine. "I'm hungry," Seer said, flopping back into a chair, sliding on his sunglasses, and drawing out the words. "I'll prepare food right away." Marrow jumped up, blood still trickling down his face, and rushed to the kitchen. The 3 royal guards exchanged a look. There was a certain déjà vu about Marrow's behavior. He looked exactly like they had in front of the king. So, did this guy actually see that insufferable human as a king? "Feels like we're not going to die that easily," Seer said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. The 3 royal guards and himself, individually and collectively, were among the most powerful beings in the known world. Even by Dark Continent standards, they should hold up. Unless every creature out there was stronger than a prime Netero, which seemed unlikely. Seer suspected that the true danger of the Dark Continent wasn't brute strength, but strange abilities. In Nen battles, this often happened. If you didn't understand the enemy's activation conditions and counters, you'd be caught off guard, and die without ever figuring out why. They hadn't even reached the Dark Continent yet, this was just open sea. They probably had a long journey ahead. From now on, be alert. If you meet others from your species, greet them, let them know we're allies, Seer told the three ants. We don't know them, meow, Neferpito replied, tail twitching. But no one responded. Xiaopuf and Yupi were now far more scheming, each harboring their own plans. Without the king, there was no reason for them to unite. They existed solely for the king. Without him, they had no purpose. As the ship continued, the color of the water began to change, visibly. Once deep blue, it now became a translucent light green beneath them. It looked like a lake. All rivers lead to the sea, and now it seemed even the sea might lead to a lake larger than itself. Is that possible? Is what we think of as the sea really a sea? Seer said, raising an eyebrow, speaking to no one in particular. The ocean was massive, mysterious, full of magical life forms. But what if it was just a massive, unfathomable lake? It's enormous, Seer mused, recalling the shape of the world map. If all the inhabited continents were near lakes, then this lake was unimaginably vast. What else would it be, if not the sea? Xiaopuf asked, his narrow golden eyes calculating. Could this human be theorizing? It couldn't be. Or maybe it could. The queen had come from a wider world than this one. Perhaps Seer's hypothesis was right. Nanika, the queen, those two siblings. Seer brainstormed aloud. The Zoldyck's pet, he recalled fighting Xeno and the dragon Netero had summoned. Clearly, that dragon was from the Dark Continent. And Nanika came from there too, so why did it attach to Aluka? Why the Zoldycks? Was it because someone from the Zoldycks had been to the Dark Continent and brought Nanika back? Or did someone intend to bring her back, only to imprison her afterward? Was that the price paid for returning? If so, that dragon might have been involved. Which meant the Zoldycks had possibly visited the Dark Continent multiple times. But how did the queen get here? Seer muttered. When she arrived, she was injured and clearly being pursued. Those two siblings didn't want to kill her, they even helped later. So they probably weren't chasing her. What if the one hunting the queen was also the one who brought her to the human world? The idea hit Seer like lightning. Just like with Nanika, brought out, only to be confined. If someone brought the queen out and then tried to kill her, that would make sense. As for the siblings, were they brought out too? Or were they something else entirely? If I'd known, I wouldn't have let them escape. Could have used them as guides. Seer muttered. The siblings had vanished after the Ant King was captured, never seen again. For humans heading to the Dark Continent, it helps to have a native guide. Though we don't know how many survived such trips, there had to be a few. Suddenly, dense white foam began to bubble up from the pale green sea. The bubbles grew in size, eventually revealing strange beings that resembled translucent, skeletal slimes. Facially, they looked vaguely like classic aliens. Each stood tens of meters tall, with two eye holes, no mouths or limbs, and oval bodies. Delulu. Delulu. They had no mouths, yet emitted sounds like boiling water, clearly a form of communication. As Seer and the others remained unresponsive, the creatures began to surround the ship. Chapter 187. Several alien slime-like creatures merged into one another, fusing into a massive, towering form. Droplets of gelatinous liquid began to seep from the ship's hull, oozing across the deck and into the cabins. It was viscous and omnipresent, wrapping around the ship like an invasive tide. The vessel, already afloat, had no airborne capabilities, no propulsion to lift it off the water. There was no way to escape these waterborne monstrosities. The entire ship was soon engulfed, as though suspended midair, encased like a colossal wax figurine. Its size made the eerie, sculpted appearance all the more unsettling. Fortunately, the crew had already abandoned ship as soon as danger emerged. Mero was suspended midair, held aloft, while Neferpito had been carried into the sky by Yuppie, who had sprouted wings. Xiaopuf already had wings of his own, and Seer stood in midair using Ken and Yo augmented with cursed energy. There were no casualties. The only issue was, their ship was gone. The massive creature sank back into the ocean, taking the sealed vessel with it. Being the same color as the sea, it looked as though the ship had silently vanished beneath still waters. "Like hell, we're letting you leave," Mero shouted, wrenching himself free of the air-based Saru technique and diving down. Just before hitting the surface, he touched the water with his palms, and sheets of ice spread beneath his feet. At the same time, the encased ship and the monster around it were frozen solid. A massive frost-colored crystal formed, still steaming from the cold. Mero exhaled with relief and smiled. But the smile faded at the sound of cracking. The creature had only been delayed, not stopped. Mero activated his Nen again. The monster, having briefly freed itself, was frozen once more. "Well done, Mero," Seer said, landing atop the ice, nodding at the blond boy. "I know how to deal with this thing." Seer's white hair ruffled in the wind, his eyes glinting with madness. He clasped his hands into a seal and murmured, "Domain expansion, demon-suppressing shrine." Instantly, the sky and sea were replaced by a deep crimson hue. A dark red moon hung above, pale animal and human bones littered the landscape, and bright red torii gates loomed in the distance. Pools of blood shimmered like mirrors. Whispering voices of divine and demonic origin echoed through the air, unintelligible and maddening. The sea vanished. Monsters and ship alike were pulled into the domain, paralyzed and helpless. The watery creature, once transparent, now took on a reddish tinge due to the domain's cursed environment. A temperature hotter than magma. Seer moved his left hand slowly. Flames that can devour volcanoes. Heat distorted the air. White mist and black smoke billowed around him. Violent, radiant flames burst forth like beasts on a rampage, only to quiet in an instant, tamed and resting in Seer's palm. He stretched his hands outward, shaping the fire into a ring that encircled the monster. Open. The ability Open, gained upon domain mastery, was a cursed flame control technique. Sukuna had once used it to incinerate the fire-specialized curse spirit Jogo, burning even Mount Fuji's cursed energy to ashes. Now, the flames in Seer's control easily dwarfed that feat. The fire left his hands, swelling in the wind, sparks becoming infernos. The slime creature shrieked as its watery body steamed violently, its mass rapidly shrinking under the heat. In less than a minute, it could no longer envelop the ship. Delulu. The boiling water sounds turned shrill and frantic. The creature's size began to swell again. The air grew dry, its moisture sucked away completely. Even the blood pools in the domain were drained, fueling the monster's rapid regeneration. Even Seer and the others' bodies began to wither. Roughly 70% of the human body is water. What happens when it's taken? Shriveled. Brittle. Fragile. A mere touch would cause limbs to crack like dried fruit. Seer's blue eyes gleamed. His flesh was cracking, his blood, his very moisture, was drawn toward the monster. This thing could manipulate seawater, water vapor in the air, even the fluids within living beings. A terrifying, godlike ability. This damned thing. Mero growled at the now blood-colored creature. It had absorbed the cursed domain's blood, turning a rich crimson. Damn it. Mero extended his hand, only fine slivers of ice formed. The monster had absorbed nearly all the ambient moisture. His Nen ability couldn't function. Crack. A sharp sound. Dried limbs, lifeless, desiccated, shattered like brittle twigs and disintegrated into gray powder. This ability. Seer pushed his cursed energy to the limit, halting his bleeding and regenerating his body. It was terrifying, an ability like divine authority. To extract water from a body was to steal life itself. Why did these non-human entities possess such absurd powers, seemingly without cost? The monster sparkled now, its red, jelly-like body shimmering with embedded scale-like particles. It looked like a blood-slick slime studded with gems. Motionless, as though asleep. Shapoof, now in chrysalis form, emerged once the beast quieted. Yuppie and Neferpito launched attacks on the dormant monster, but to little effect. After all, it was still just water. To land a killing blow. TCH. Seer, though curious, saw that Kong and Mero were nearing critical dehydration. He acted immediately, pulling them both out of harm's way. A shriveled tiger was far too unsightly. People might think he was too poor to feed his pet. Open. Seer raised his right hand, shaped a circle with his fingers, and gently blew through it. A column of fire burst out, roaring to life, more powerful than before. This inferno reduced the monster by half its size in one blow. Half of the previously engulfed ship dropped to the ground like a stranded whale. Scalding steam surged outward, and the creature exploded from within, its remnants falling as a red drizzle. But this rain was acid. It didn't restore anyone. Instead, it corroded whatever it touched. Clothing melted. Skin dissolved. What you absorb as essence, you return as poison, Seer muttered, watching in fascination. No one screamed. No one whimpered. These were hardened warriors. The ants, being non-human, withstood it well. But Mero, the brittle human, looked particularly battered. Seer, however, wasn't watching Mero. His eyes were on Kong. The tiger's luxurious white fur was scorched into patchy ruin, like it had been thrown into a bonfire. Its beauty had dropped by 70%. From majestic beast to patchy, hairless wreck. Could reversed cursed technique restore fur? If not, that would be too ugly. Seer wasn't sure he could keep it around. He studied the tiger carefully. Kong didn't understand at first. His fur was so thick, he hadn't felt anything. Until he turned and saw his tail. Then, Ruoa! The tiger howled in despair. The domain collapsed, the ship, charred and soaked, splashed back into the sea. Kong collapsed in front of Seer, sobbing. Giant tears rolled from his pale blue eyes. Thanks to Seer's influence, he was a tiger that cared deeply about appearances. PFFT. Seer didn't heal him immediately. He stared at the crying tiger with amusement before turning away to laugh. As a cub, it had been adorable when it cried. Now, towering like a two-story building, it resembled a musclehead weeping like a baby. Kong had grown taller. But not wiser. Still, he was just 2 years old. Even regular tigers mature around 3 or 4. For magical beasts? Who knew? All right, stop crying. Seer patted the tiger on the head. Kong's wounds healed instantly. His fur regrew, glossier and fluffier than ever. Seems the reversal technique also works for fur restoration. Seer nodded in satisfaction. He turned to heal Mero as well. Once restored, Mero immediately rushed off to change. As he put it, "It's too disrespectful to face Master while disheveled." Seer privately suspected the guy had an idol complex. Unlike Kong and Mero, who were instantly healed, the 3 ant guards had to handle recovery the hard way. Neferpito healed herself first before treating Shapoof and Yupi. It took an hour and a half for all their injuries to recover. Meanwhile, from the sea, the alien slime reappeared. Smaller now, but growing fast. Soon, it would return to its former size. These elemental types are a pain to kill, Seer muttered. He'd expected as much. Unless he could evaporate all the water, this thing wouldn't die. And where were they? On a sea. Or perhaps a lake the size of one. He'd have to burn the entire ocean dry. Not exactly viable. The previous attack, however, had made the creature cautious. It now floated at a distance, only half its head above water, quietly watching the ship. It made no move to attack, even as Shapoof and Yupi towed the vessel away. If an ordinary human team went to the Dark Continent, they'd be dead before landing, Seer analyzed aloud. No wonder the place was classified as a forbidden zone. The octopus, the lanternfish, the slime, call them strong or weak, they were undeniably dangerous. They'd wipe out 98% of humanity without effort. And unlike Seer's crew, a squad with dual healers, 3 royal guards, and a battle tiger, most human teams had no such luxury. Healing skills were rare. Even Archangel's Breath was an SS-level card. These were just the warm-up acts. What kind of monsters await on the actual Dark Continent? Seer whispered. No fear on his face. Only anticipation. Eagerness. Think the monsters there are more fun than these? Neferpito asked, curious. Danger didn't bother her. She only cared about novelty. Without the king, her motivations were her own. I think so. We'll find out soon enough. Seer shrugged. The ship sailed onward. Eventually, it came to a sudden halt. There's something huge up ahead, Kong murmured. Controlling the wind to speed their vessel, he now squinted at the sea ahead. His claws scratched the deck anxiously. Quit scratching. Seer smacked the tiger's head lightly. A massive shadow loomed beneath the sea ahead. They drew closer. Suddenly, an enormous creature burst from the water, tens of meters long, then crashed back, creating towering waves. The brief moment it leapt was enough to see. A blue back. White belly. Definitely a whale. It surfaced again, its back like a floating island. Its deep call echoed like rolling waves, powerful, serene. It rang through the water and air, soothing the soul. A plume of water shot skyward, forming a rainbow. It showed no aggression. It circled the ship a few times, sprayed water, then leisurely drifted away. Like a traveling performer putting on a show. Wow. First creature we've met that didn't immediately try to kill us, Seer said in awe. Whales weren't always gentle. But this one seemed kind. Just big. Easily over 60 meters long. A major force of nature. Still, we can't rule out that it's up to something, Marrow muttered, head bowed, hair shadowing his eyes. He didn't trust anything that appeared just to impress. Hey hunters, mandatory cult break. Stretch your legs, hydrate, touch grass if possible because I haven't in 12 hours and am in pain, and whisper all hail Supreme Killua into the void. Now back to the fanfic grind, blue heart emoji, high voltage sign emoji. Chapter 188. The blue whale did not harm them. The ship continued on, leaving it behind. After roughly 3 more days of sailing, a small island came into view. It was modest in size, perhaps a few 100,000 square meters, but appeared like the only patch of green on the vast sea. Its vivid presence all but begged for exploration. The scenery was lush and beautiful, even featuring a grove of coconut trees. But those aboard the ship weren't deceived by its appearance. What is that? Marrow muttered, eyes narrowed. He activated his N, but detected nothing unusual. Still, his instincts screamed for him to stay away. Probably some kind of marine creature, Seer said, half squinting as he examined the island. Or rather, a giant beast beneath the island. The so-called island was merely part of a creature's back. Most of its body remained submerged. But even just the visible portion dwarfed their ship. Island whale? It wasn't exactly a mythical creature. Then again, this was the Hunter times Hunter world, a place teeming with bizarre beasts and supernatural abilities. Chimera ants didn't exist back in his original world either. Despite its massive size and potent life energy, its attack power might not be particularly high. It could be defeated, but likely not in one blow. It was so large that brute strength alone made it dangerous. Even a careless movement could be fatal to weaker beings. In terms of combat potential, Seer figured it was average at best. It fit the classic role of a meat shield, high defense, low offense. Not his favorite. He preferred fights where offense and defense were evenly matched. Go around it, Seer ordered calmly. The ship began to steer away. But just as they passed parallel to the island, it started to sink. The waters nearby shifted dramatically. In an instant, the island was gone, replaced by a colossal whirlpool spanning several kilometers. The suction was immense, pulling everything nearby into the deep. That included Seer's ship. The boat spun, tilted, and nearly stood upright as it was drawn toward the vortex's center. Cursed technique, Kang. A suction force clashed with another. The ship vanished from the whirlpool's clutches, and reappeared far away in calmer waters. If we were weaker, the ship would have been destroyed, and we'd all be dead, Seer said, glancing back at the swirling vortex. Did the creature attack them? No. It was simply diving. But the side effects of its movement were lethal enough. Most of the dangers on the path to the Dark Continent came from creatures whose unintentional behavior could still wipe people out. Island whales, Seer sighed wistfully. Honestly, he wanted to raise one. But it was far too massive, and there was nowhere to keep it. Besides, such creatures likely couldn't survive outside water. Teleporting a small group with Kang was one thing. Moving an entire ship consumed far more aura. During the transfer, parts of the vessel were even damaged. Seer looked at a warped section of deck and stomped it flat again. It would have to do. For now, the ship was still seaworthy. How many monsters are in these waters? Marrow muttered, clenching his fists. If he traveled alone, he'd probably have died by now. And this wasn't even the Dark Continent yet. According to Seer, the creatures there would be even more powerful. Would he just become dead weight? There are probably only a few dozen strong ones, Seer said, scanning the area with his 6 eyes. Within his sensory range, mid-level lifeforms were densely clustered. But powerful ones were sparse, and avoided each other. Territorial distribution. Each dominant beast seemed to control its own region. But where we're going, there will be far more than a few dozen, Seer added, rubbing his chin. Thousands of strange lifeforms, perhaps more. After all, the Dark Continent was far vaster than the human world. Meteor City alone had tens of millions of people. The Dark Continent likely had hundreds of millions of fantastical lifeforms. The deeper they ventured, the more expectations mounted. And so, the journey continued, for over half a month. To conserve resources, the royal guards foraged their own food and water. Even so, their ship's stores steadily depleted. Seer maintained his 3 daily meals, sometimes adding afternoon tea. Kong ate alongside him. Both had absurd appetites. True gluttons. Food wasn't a huge issue, but fresh water was running low. There had been no rain, so they couldn't collect it. Most of their water now came from Marrow's ability. He condensed ambient water vapor into ice, then melted it. Finally, Marrow felt useful. And a little relieved. Running low on fruit, Seer sighed, lounging on his recliner. He could eat 30 apples in a sitting. But he hadn't packed fruits or veggies ahead of time. His inventory, stored in the curse, was mostly filled with meat and emergency rations like chocolate and chips. High-calorie, high-output food. Ideal for sustaining nen output and 4i usage. Still, after eating too many rich foods, he occasionally craved something lighter, like salad or fruit. "Why can't I see the end of this trip?" Seer grumbled, growing impatient. For a regular person, this voyage would be pure hell. Suddenly, a shape emerged on the horizon. Seer sprang to his feet. That is a blue dragon? It had scaled armor, twin horns on its head, 2 flowing whiskers, and 4 clawed limbs. Its sinuous form stretched over 100 meters, gliding effortlessly through the sea. Waves dozens of meters high rippled in its wake. Unlike the Zoldyck clan's flying dragon, this one matched Seer's exact image of a true Eastern dragon. Just one look, and a single thought overwhelmed him. I want to raise it. He already had a white tiger. If he got a blue dragon too. Maybe he could even collect the 4 divine beasts. But the next second, reality hit him. This dragon was clearly an adult, not some clueless juvenile he could adopt, tame. To handle a full-grown beast like this, you had to subdue it, make it willingly accept you as master. And judging from the look of it, this one wasn't the obedient type. The dragon, having noticed them, paused. It was ancient, hundreds of years old, and had encountered humans before. Over the years, it had seen 7 human expeditions pass through. They always started strong, and returned as battered husks. Occasionally, when bored, the dragon would toy with humans trespassing into its territory. It was, after all, the lord of this stretch of sea. But these humans, there were so few of them. Previous groups had dozens. This one? Just a handful. The dragon leapt from the sea, raising a 100-meter high tidal wave. It stood atop it, staring down at the ship. Golden eyes, cold and calculating, glinted in the sun. Its massive scales shimmered. Those slitted pupils radiated primal indifference. Its jaw parted, and it gazed down at the figures below, each smaller than an ant. Finally, its gaze landed on one figure. A white-haired youth. This one is the strongest. The leader? Stronger than any human the dragon had seen before. His companions were also powerful. Perhaps that's why they traveled light. This is my domain, human. Leave. The Azure Dragon spoke perfect human language. Whoa. You can talk? Seer's crimson eyes lit up. The creatures they'd met so far, octopuses, lanternfish, slime beasts, hadn't spoken. Maybe they couldn't. Or maybe they just didn't bother. But this dragon could speak. That meant prior contact with humans, possibly even coexistence. The 100-meter wave beneath it stood eerily still, like time had stopped. The Azure Dragon poised its front limbs atop the wave. Leave now, it bellowed. In an instant, fierce winds howled, the sea churned, and towering waves crashed toward the ship. Cursed technique, barrier. Seer quickly formed seals and erected a transparent dome over the vessel. It encased even part of the ocean beneath them. The waves smashed into the barrier, but couldn't break it. The dragon raised a claw and stomped down, intent on crushing them. Easy there. Seer leapt out of the dome and caught the massive limb midair. With brute force, he flipped the claw away. Dragons can fly, right? Then let's take this to the sky. His voice echoed beneath the beast. The Azure Dragon looked down, puzzled. Fly? Of course it could. But why should it humor a human? Black flash. Boom. Seer's punch smashed into the dragon's nose, snapping its head sideways. He grabbed both whiskers and yanked. Hey! Little dragon. Let's go. He tugged the whiskers like reins and shot into the sky. The dragon was dragged upward, mist trailing beneath it. One man. One dragon. Both vanished into the clouds. Miro looked at Kong. The white tiger huffed, nodded arrogantly, and grabbed Miro by the collar. They soared upward, wind curling beneath Kong's paws. Clouds follow the dragon. Wind follows the tiger. A saying made manifest. Yuppie scooped up Neferpito, and Shapu flew alongside them. From the ship, they couldn't see the battle above. Only at that altitude could their eyes track the figures darting between clouds. The dragon's tail occasionally peeked through the mist, but Seer's figure was elusive. Thunder boomed. Rain fell in torrents. Lightning ripped across the sky. Blue-violet bolts followed white-hot flashes. Dark clouds broke, reformed, and broke again. This one's even stronger. Xiaopuf muttered, eyes locked on the battle above. Meaning, their chance of reclaiming the king was growing slimmer. Whatever, meow, Neferpito replied lazily, tail swaying. Worry served no purpose. Yuppie said nothing. He was no longer the brute he once was. He had learned discretion. His human genes made him adept at feigning indifference. Especially with Xiaopuf around, who could read minds, Yuppie kept quiet. He watched the sky in silence. Compared to the massive azure dragon, Seer's figure was harder to spot. The dragon's tail sometimes gave it away. Seer's body, small and agile, darted through the sky. A sudden boom louder than thunder shook the air. A red light burst overhead, brighter than any lightning. Like a miniature sun. The clouds scattered. Rain stopped. A massive figure plummeted from the sky into the sea, kicking up waves. Blood dyed the water red for dozens of meters. It dispersed quickly. Seer floated above, unscathed. His clothes weren't even wrinkled. He stood on the water, bent down, and peered through it. "Don't play dead," he called. He walked forward, causing ripples, but never getting wet. "Come on out." As if he couldn't tell the dragon was alive? Tough skin. Heavy scales. Long life bar. He hadn't even landed a fatal blow. The 6 eyes detected only a modest drop in the creature's life force. This dragon wasn't exactly made of stern stuff. It just didn't want to admit defeat. Chapter 189. No matter what Seer said, the massive blue dragon refused to reappear. Seer eventually turned away in disappointment. He had discovered that this dragon had devoured humans. Its sentience didn't come from prolonged contact with people or passive aura infection. It was inherent. Typically, monsters like this had no thoughts of their own. Chimera ants, for instance, didn't possess Nen at first. They only developed it after consuming humans, learning the technique through Neferpito, who acquired Nen practice methods from captured members of an investigation team. This dragon had no structured training. It had awakened Nen on its own, likely from feeding on Nen users, but had no concept of how to refine it. Its ability was crude, unfocused, and hardly worthy of the gift to command the wind and sea. Had it learned proper Nen techniques, its strength would have been far greater. But Seer wasn't the charitable type. He wouldn't let a monster like this walk away unpunished. Unless it came out and offered its head, he would not accept it as his own. Not coming out, huh? Seer sighed. In that case, he would kill it. A thought crossed his mind: if he eliminated this dragon, future expeditions to the Dark Continent would be safer. One less threat on the way. Really, he was doing the world a favor. Cursed technique, Kang. He raised his hand. A crushing suction force ripped the dragon out of the deep. It was lifted into the air, suspended by shimmering blue energy, trapped, unable to escape. No amount of tail whipping could break free from it. I'll give you one last chance. Seer brought his hands together, parallel and locked. Be my pet. Or, his smile turned twisted. Be my food. His crimson eyes gleamed, not just with malice, but with hunger. The joy of being Sukuna, even in part, came from consuming. Seer had inherited not just Sukuna's powers, but even fragments of his nature. Fighting and eating were two of his greatest pleasures. The dragon gave no response. It roared, summoning black clouds and tidal waves in defiance. So you've made your choice. Seer's tone dropped cold. Then you'll be eaten. It may look like a dragon, but it wasn't a true Eastern Azure dragon. Seer had no sentimental attachment to it. Guess we're having dragon meat today. He tilted his head and grinned. Wasn't there a saying? Dragon meat in heaven, donkey meat on earth. He'd never had dragon before. With those words, waves and crimson energy fell together. Domain expansion, demon suppressing shrine. The gloomy sky vanished, replaced by a blood-red night. The red moon glared down. Blood pools and skeletal remains replaced the sea. Invisible blades rained from the air, cutting through the dragon's scales with metallic screeches. With its defenses stripped, its raw flesh was exposed, then severed. Its enormous head fell. Blood gushed like a crimson waterfall. Another pool of blood appeared in the domain. Flaying, dismemberment, deboning. In the end, a new mountain of bones remained, larger than any previous one. Ding! Host has slain a sea dragon. Title unlocked, Dragon Slayer. A system message echoed in his mind. Does that mean I'll eventually become an evil dragon? Seer asked aloud, intrigued. The system remained silent. It always did. But the proverb was clear, he who slays the dragon becomes the dragon. And to become an evil dragon, first, one must bathe in dragon's blood. Well then. Let's have a soak, Seer chuckled, gazing at the new pool of blood. It was the perfect size for a hot bath. In the domain, he controlled everything. Turning blood into a warm bath was child's play. He stripped down and slid in, sighing contentedly. Oddly enough, the dragon's blood had no foul smell. In fact, it gave off a strange, enticing aroma. It was even clean. Just from the scent alone, Seer could tell its meat would taste divine. He soaked for half an hour, then climbed out, dried off, dressed, and deactivated the domain. Chunks of meat and bone splashed into the sea. Seer caught them with Kang. The demon-suppressing shrine had one strange effect: every time Seer killed a creature, a new pile of bones and a corresponding blood pool appeared in the domain, size dependent on the creature's strength. There were far more bone piles now than when he first gained the domain. He frowned at the massive heap of dragon meat. For 100-meter-long beast, even after skinning and boning, the meat still weighed several tons. Better eat it quickly, Seer muttered, touching his chin. If it wasn't eaten fast, it would spoil. For once, the 3 royal guards joined the feast. Everyone gorged themselves. Seer dined shirtless, allowing the mouth on his stomach to join the meal. When the 3 ants first saw it, they went silent. This man still claimed to be human. 4 eyes, 2 mouths. What human had that? Even Marrow, seeing it for the first time, didn't flinch. In fact, he eagerly helped feed Seer's second mouth. So Seer only had to feed the top one himself. He finally understood why Sukuna had 4 arms. 2 hands weren't enough to feed 2 mouths. The raw dragon sashimi was better than anything they'd ever eaten. The kebabs were divine. The soup was rich and savory. Marrow used over a dozen cooking methods, nothing went to waste, not even the marrow or tendons. But even after an entire day of eating, they barely made a dent. Seer alone could eat 30 kilos in one meal. Marrow barely ate. The 3 ants together matched Seer's intake. Altogether, they'd only consumed a little over 100 kilos. They had tons left. Enough food for half a month. Marrow used his ability to freeze the rest. He was now the crew's walking freezer. So full. Seer stood at the ship's bow, patting his belly. The mouth on his abdomen was larger than the one on his face, and the tongue was marked, a side effect of his contract with Kong. It looked strange. He manually shut the belly mouth, wiped it clean, and it disappeared. Another half-month passed. By then, they'd finished all the dragon meat. And finally, they saw land. A vast continent surrounded their ship. Endless. Massive. At the same time, Seer sensed countless powerful lifeforms, densely packed across the shore. In the distance, an eerie purple-red mist shrouded part of the continent. Even Seer's 6 eyes couldn't perceive anything inside the mist. It seemed to block all forms of aura detection. "We're finally here." Seer stepped off the ship. The others followed. The moment they touched ground, everyone except Seer screamed. Their shoes melted instantly. The ground was scalding hot. It felt like standing on molten metal. A faint scent of burning flesh hung in the air. The ants immediately took to the sky, and Yuppie carried Marrow up with him. Seer remained standing. It looked like his feet touched the ground, but he'd activated Limitless, hovering millimeters above it. He bent down and grabbed a handful of sand. Then he deactivated Limitless. A burning pain shot up his arm. His palm turned red. Skin peeled away instantly. "Creatures that live here must have insane durability," he muttered, dropping the sand and healing his hand with reversed curse technique. The surface heat alone could kill most organisms. It had been daytime when they landed, but this land was wrapped in darkness. There was no sun, no moon. Even looking deep into the continent, his 6 eyes could only see dense purple-red mist, and it grew darker the further one went. It was like a cursed realm where no light could enter. Even flying past a certain altitude was impossible. Something seemed to enforce this rule. When Seer ascended too high, an unbearable pressure forced him back down. He even sensed creatures buried beneath the sand, adapted to survive in this hellish terrain. After healing everyone's feet, they continued their journey, flying low and carefully. Seer formed a barrier over the group for concealment, shielding Marrow and the others from detection. Eventually, they saw a towering creature, a dinosaur, over 100 meters tall. It walked upright, with a long tail and small forelimbs. "Wow! A dinosaur," Seer murmured. Back home, these were long extinct, only fossils remained. And here? Alive and thriving. Though these ones were a little too big. Must be the side effect of living in a superpowered world. Boom, boom, its steps shook the earth, leaving craters behind. Next, they saw spiny-shelled turtles moving in herds, 20-meter ostrich-like birds with antennae and hundreds of legs, and tree-sized caterpillars. Suddenly, a bolt of red lightning lit the sky. The local creatures didn't even react. They were used to it. Further ahead, they entered a mushroom forest, shrouded in mist. The mushrooms towered over them, but looked harmless. Too harmless. If they were edible, why hadn't anything eaten them? And the purple-black hue. Definitely not safe. They passed through quickly. But then, everyone but Seer began coughing. First mildly. Then violently. They started coughing blood. And in the blood, white filamentous spores. Tiny white hairs, sharp as needles, began sprouting from their bodies. They burrowed deep. Each time one was pulled out, a bleeding hole appeared. "What the hell is this? Is it the mushrooms?" Marrow tried to speak while yanking the hairs from his skin. But they couldn't keep up, The growth was accelerating. Soon, their bodies were covered. The hairs turned into tiny mushrooms. They were becoming hosts. Their flesh was being devoured, fertilizer for fungal growth. Once fully consumed, they'd die. Looks like there's no saving you, Seer observed, not even pretending to panic. Even though his own brother Mero, and his pet Kong, were among the infected. Master. Mero's eyes widened. Was he really going to die? Like this? I don't want to. Tears spilled down his face. I just wanted to come with you. If he'd been more careful. If only. Stop the melodrama. You're going to die anyway, better it be by my hand, Seer said flatly, and drew the heavenly doom lance. Perfect chance to test it. Domain expansion, demon suppressing shrine. Bind yourselves to me. Offer your souls. What do you say? My soul has long belonged to you, sir, Mero said, barely able to speak. White tendrils grew from his mouth. He fell silent. Binding established. Seer plunged the heavenly doom lance into his heart. One strike. The green in Mero's eyes faded. He collapsed. Seer did the same to Kong. The three ants were stunned. He'd just killed his own people? Weren't they on the same side? Die now or swear yourselves to me. Your choice, Seer said with a shrug. If I kill you, maybe I can bring you back. But if you let the mushrooms win, you're definitely dead. He wasn't bluffing. He just preferred more test subjects. The king. Xiaopuf hesitated. For the king. They had to live. Even if it meant dying first. We agree, the ants finally said. Seer struck them down without hesitation. The moment they died, the fungal growth withered to ash. The parasites relied on living hosts. Kill the host, kill the fungus. Their souls drifted above their bodies, confused and silent. Ah, I really can pull your souls into my domain. Seer mused. Sukuna had done it before. Why not him? Turns out, it worked perfectly. Reversal ritual. He activated the technique. Their bodies regenerated. Still no heartbeat. Okay, time to go back. Seer gave each soul a kick, sending them back into their bodies. Thump. 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 Heartbeats returned. It works. Seer nodded, satisfied. As long as he had his domain, reversal ritual, and a binding vow, he could bring people back from the dead. Without those pieces, resurrection was impossible. Chapter 190. Good thing I cheated, Seer muttered. Otherwise, the price to resurrect people would have been unthinkably steep. He scratched his cheek, clearly annoyed by the limitations of his 6 eyes. The fog surrounding them had rendered his enhanced vision almost useless. But it wasn't the fault of the fog, or the 6 eyes. It was Seer's over-reliance on the ability. He'd depended on it ever since arriving in this world, to the point where he'd even considered ripping the eyes out just to test himself. But now he understood. Over-reliance breeds arrogance. It's incredible, Mero said softly, touching his chest where his heart had once stopped. His voice trembled with awe. Even his earlier injuries had vanished. Except for his tattered clothes, there was no trace of what he'd gone through. You should be more careful, Seer began, then stopped halfway. Forget it. There's no point. If not for his domain and techniques, they'd all be dead by now. No amount of caution could change that. Only Seer had limitless. The others didn't. Let's go. Keep moving. Be ready to die at any time, the white-haired boy said coolly as he turned and walked forward. After all, I might not make it in time next time. Some abilities killed instantly. If that happened, there would be no rescuing anyone. They had to accept that reality. The dark purple mist thickened ahead. A strange structure appeared in the distance, like a sand fortress or a massive chunk of coal. Roaming around it were monstrous figures. Each was roughly 2 meters tall. Their bodies resembled those of chimera ants. But they didn't look like human ant hybrids born from the queen's assimilation. These looked pure. Their builds and posture were like that of queen-level chimera ants, primal and untamed. They look like your relatives, Seer said, pointing lazily toward them. They were all chimera ants, weren't they? But based on chimera ant biology, it was entirely possible that another queen had risen here, laying eggs, birthing a new colony. The 3 royal guards said nothing. They didn't rush forward to greet these relatives. In fact, they looked at them with quiet disdain. These purebred ants lacked nen. They were just overgrown beasts. We're nothing like them, Neferpitou said coldly. They already had a king. These ants surely had one too. And ants from different kings were often enemies by default. Let's avoid them, Seer said, unconcerned. They didn't look like a threat, and he wasn't here to start trouble unless it was interesting. After bypassing the ant colony and walking some distance, they stopped again. Ahead lay a massive pit, thick purple smoke curling out of it like vapor from a wound in the earth. As they skirted around it, they encountered other native creatures locked in brutal combat. Winners devoured the corpses of the fallen. A savage land. Survival by victory alone. Suddenly, a faint rustling, like the ringing of a bell, drifted through the air. Everyone froze. Their expressions turned pale as they instinctively covered their ears. It wasn't a good sound. They hadn't even seen anything yet, but the bell-like chime was omnipresent, surrounding them. Like the hiss of a serpent with invisible fangs. Then, boom! A violent thunderclap split the sky. Purple-red lightning forked across the clouds, an omen of calamity. Seer stared at the thunder, a strange thought rising in his mind. Was it targeting him? The lightning intensified, until several bolts came crashing down directly on his position. You've got to be kidding. The first strike hit him dead on. His body blackened, smoking in a crater. Seconds later, the charred flesh peeled off, revealing fresh skin underneath. He stood again. Even Limitless was ineffective. The lightning had pierced it directly. Spatial properties? He wondered. Was this some kind of cursed lightning? Did he do something to deserve divine punishment? This doesn't make any damn sense. He muttered. The clouds crackled again. Another bolt struck, followed by another, relentless. Like it was chasing him. Alert, host is being rejected by the world. Dimensional jump protocol initiating. Prepare for transfer. Finally, the system chimed in, nervous, for once. Huh? Rejected by the world? Seer shouted mid-reversal healing as his body was fried again. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Initiating jump. Reality warped. The sky fractured. A hammering pain hit the back of Seer's skull. The last thing he saw was a bolt of purple lightning racing toward him. Is this the end? The thought passed, and he blacked out. Heian era, Japan. A fisherwoman walked along the coast when she saw something strange. A pale figure floating in the waves, white-haired, drifting gently. She hauled him ashore. His clothes were soft and expensive, clearly no commoners. His skin was paler than any pearl she'd ever seen. Delicate fingers, uncalloused hands. And the gemstone earrings shimmered with wealth. He had to be a noble. And nobles must not be left to die unattended. That would bring ruin upon any household. She carried him home. Her husband, gaunt and bedridden, looked up as she entered. "Where did you find him?" he asked weakly, eyeing the stranger. "White hair. Expensive clothing. This wasn't someone minor. From Kyoto, perhaps? He washed up from the sea. Might be a noble, she replied, kneeling to give her husband his medicine. If he wakes, send him off quickly. Don't get involved in their business, the man coughed. If the boy died in their home, even if innocent, they'd be held responsible. Mom, is this a noble? Asked a curious little boy. He looks nothing like us, a patched-up little girl added with wide eyes, her tone filled with admiration and envy. The white-haired boy remained unconscious for a full day and night. It wasn't until the next night that his red eyes fluttered open. A straw roof. Wooden beams. Cramped space. A sharp mix of fish and medicinal herbs in the air. Which world had he landed in this time? And why couldn't he move? His 6 eyes were still functional, he could sense 4 other living beings in the house, but his body was completely immobile. System. Explain. He called internally. He needed answers, and fast. Current world, Jujutsu Kaisen. However, due to hasty transit, timeline is incorrect. You are currently in the Heian era, thousands of years before the main story. JJK is a modern timeline. Why the hell did you toss me back to feudal Japan? Either the world was wrong, or the timing. Great. And why did the transfer happen so suddenly? The world consciousness of the Hunter universe forcibly rejected you. The Dark Continent has its own rules, and your resurrection abilities violated them. The system lacked energy to resist, so it fled. Energy insufficient. So, in short, he'd been caught cheating, and the world kicked him out. Hard. Then why can't I move now? The Hunter world cursed you upon departure. Cursed. Cross-dimensional style. All that because I broke a few resurrection rules? They're stingy as hell. How long does this curse last? 2 more days. Once that time passes, the curse will dissipate. Even for world-level consciousness, cross-realm curses had a shelf life. Great. So I'm paralyzed for 2 more days, Seer sighed, suppressing his irritation. He opened his inventory. The cursed storage space still held his items. The prison realm was intact too. And in the companion slots, a white tiger head and blonde head. Why are Sora and Marrow here? Kong is bound to the host by soul contract. Marrow, as a loyal follower, is also classified as a personal belonging. Seer fell silent. Figures. Just like that, they got smuggled into another world. Guess that means I don't have to find another Marrow. He didn't open his eyes, didn't want to reveal he was conscious. No point. Better to wait until he could move again. This man has been asleep for 3 days. The fisherwoman whispered, checking his breathing. Let him die outside, not here, her husband rasped. If a noble dies in our home, we'll be blamed. His body was failing. Every breath sounded labored. If I die, take the kids and remarry, he told his wife with effort. Even in his fading state, he understood, life would be hard for a widow with children. The woman wept silently. Kwayuzi. The man murmured. His eyes, fogged with death, suddenly focused. Something was watching him. A massive, writhing worm-like creature crawled along the ceiling, dark purple, leaking green ooze along the walls. It stared at him. It knew he could see it. You see me, it hissed, descending toward him. It wrapped around his neck, tightening. Kwayuzi. Run. He croaked, bruises blooming on his throat. The fisherwoman gasped in horror. She couldn't see the creature, but her husband looked as though he was being strangled by something invisible. A curse. The kind only exorcists from Kyoto could deal with. She grabbed her children and bolted. As she passed the white-haired boy, she hesitated, but then saw his eyes open. Blood red. Sharp. Uncompromising. His gaze locked onto the writhing creature and the dying man. The curse froze. Even without intelligence, its instincts screamed, danger. Seer frowned, irritated. So noisy, he muttered. He raised his trembling finger, barely able to move, and flicked downward. Slash. The curse was sliced cleanly into pieces. Purple blood sprayed, but the other saw nothing. The man gasped for air, coughing violently. Was he from Kyoto? He whispered. He turned to thank the boy, but his eyes had already closed again. As if nothing had happened. As if it were a dream. Chapter 191. Only noble men from Kyoto were said to have strange powers. Everyone knew the story. Those with noble blood were born with special abilities, unlike the poor, powerless commoners. This belief had been passed down for generations. In their world, the divide between nobility and the peasantry was vast and unquestioned. Seer, who was lying motionless with his eyes closed, pretending to sleep while actually just resting, couldn't understand why this couple was so insistent on thinking he came from Kyoto. Even if he knew what they were thinking, he'd probably just sneer in disdain. The neon belief that noble blood held intrinsic superiority didn't quite apply to flower cultivators. After all, in the world of people who grow flowers, nothing was more common than rallying cries like, "Brothers, nobles and generals alike, why shouldn't any of us take the throne? The emperor rotates, next year it'll be my turn." It was a world where revolutions were sparked by overthrown dinner tables and peasants became kings. By the morning of the fourth day, Seer's stiff body finally regained mobility. Finally, he could move again. To be honest, the couple had left him lying on the floor at first. Later, perhaps out of conscience, they threw a quilt over him, but it was still a hard wooden floor. In fact, the conditions here were even worse than those in Meteor Street back in the Hunter world. The only upside was, at least it didn't reek like Meteor Street. As soon as he could move, he stood up immediately. The man of the house, who had looked like he was on his deathbed just days ago, was suddenly full of color, no longer coughing or gasping for air. He seemed to have figured it out. His illness wasn't illness, it was a curse. A spirit had been haunting him. No wonder no medicine worked. Now, cured, he wanted to thank his savior in person. "Thank you, sir," he began, but the white-haired boy cut him off. "Where is this?" Seer glanced around the low-ceilinged house, clicked his tongue, and casually sat down, one leg crossed, the other bent. The house was tiny. Standing up straight meant bumping your head on the ceiling. Exiting required hunching over. The man looked barely over 1.6 meters, and the woman was maybe 1.5 at best. Very neon-esque. It fit the historical stereotype. "This is Odagiri Castle," the man answered cautiously. "Odagiri Castle?" Seer frowned. He'd never heard of the place. Was it even real? It probably wasn't in recorded Japanese history. Then again, this was a fantasy world, with cursed spirits and spellcasters. So maybe accuracy didn't matter. Ugh. Seer rubbed his temples. The man held his breath, worried he had said something wrong. "System. Where's the mission?" Seer asked internally. The timeline was all wrong, so what exactly was he supposed to do here? Main quest line under construction. The system's response was cold and disinterested. Seer clicked his tongue. The world consciousness in the Hunter world was so vindictive. Doesn't this world have its own version too? He asked mentally. If I break the plot again, won't it kick me out like the last one? Main quest line established. Task 1, strengthen yourself and refine all borrowed techniques until they become your own. Task 2, eliminate this world's consciousness. The prompts were short, and terrifying. You're kidding me, Seer muttered. Had the system forgotten how the last world nearly struck him out of existence for breaking its rules? And now it wanted him to kill world consciousness itself. Kill it? How? He didn't even know if world consciousness had a body, a form, or a soul. The whole thing sounded incredibly annoying. Also, that first task, turning techniques into original skills, wasn't easy either. What a handful. Sir, may I ask your name? The man said nervously, seeing the boy lost in thought. Seer paused. Now that he'd technically been reincarnated, it made sense to use a local name. Something reasonable. Something neon. During the Heian era, Japan was still deeply influenced by the Tang dynasty, so he could probably get away with something more stylized. Zenyuan Kiri? Gojo Kiri? Kamo Kiri? Honestly, he didn't care. Gojo Kiri, Seer said with a smirk. Only those who knew Japanese phonetics would understand the joke. Kiri means mist, which is a homophone for wu, in Chinese. In Japanese, however, it sounds nothing like Satoru. But still, Gojo Kiri and Gojo Satoru sounded close enough in this world. Gojo? The man echoed, eyes wide. Apparently, just having a surname made one a noble. In this era, commoners didn't even have surnames, only highborn officials and aristocrats. So his respect might not come from recognizing Gojo just from the fact that Seer had a last name. How do I get to Kyoto? Seer asked lazily. If his guess was right, Kyoto was where most nobles resided. That's where the action would be. I don't know, the man admitted, lowering his head. He had never even left his village. Asking him how to get to Kyoto was like asking a fish for directions to the sky. Seer sighed. Forget it. Why was he even wasting time asking? He stood up, patted his body down, and unclasped his earrings, placing them down gently. They were silver, inlaid with rubies, genuine and expensive, bought in the hunter world for millions of jenny. He typically never wore the same set twice. These had lasted the longest, only because he'd been paralyzed. He wouldn't wear them again. Might as well leave them. Payment for lodging, he said casually, then walked out. The woman had fished him out of the ocean, and he'd killed the curse haunting them. Fair trade. The earrings paid for the roof over his head. All square. These are too precious. The man whispered, staring at the glittering gems, too afraid to even touch them. He turned to call the boy back, only to realize he was already gone. Once outside, Seer immediately summoned Mero and Sora. Sir? They exclaimed, still shaken from the last moments they remembered, lost in the chaos of the Dark Continent. But the moment they saw Seer, all anxiety faded. I need a bath, Seer grumbled, his face full of irritation. He hadn't changed clothes in 3 or 4 days, hadn't activated Limitless, and had salt crusting on him from the sea. He felt like a dried fish. Right away. Mero replied instantly. Nothing was more important than serving his master. Soon after, Seer was immersed in hot water. He scrubbed himself 3 times, until the only scent left on his body was the shower gel. He burned the old clothes and changed into an outfit more suited to the world, traditional robes with hanfu styling. Black and crimson, wide sleeves, red flower embroidery, and a jade pendant. He looked striking. Maybe too much. He passed plainly dressed commoners on the way out and held his chin a little higher. Who's the most handsome man in this world? Obviously, me. Where are we? Mero asked, eyes darting, unsettled. The scenery reminded him of NGL, but even more primitive, and poorer. No idea, Seer replied lazily. Looks like something went wrong and we ended up in another world. Mero blinked. But honestly? After the Dark Continent. This wasn't even the weirdest thing that had happened. Maybe we triggered an unknown ability, Mero theorized. Maybe. Seer shrugged. What now? Mero asked quietly. It didn't matter to him, as long as Seer was here, so was home. Treat it like a vacation, Seer yawned. Honestly, this neon world was underwhelming. Cursed spirits were everywhere, but weak, pitiful things that posed no threat. And the so-called monsters? Help! Someone help! Seer turned as he heard a faint, pathetic voice from the roadside. A scrawny, green humanoid with a bald patch on top and a hunched body. A kappa? He stepped forward and poured water over it. The kappa immediately revived, gasping loudly. Seer held out his hand. Treasure. The kappa blinked. Huh? You were saved. Every yokai knows you repay a life-saving favor with a treasure. It's a rule. Some offered their bodies, some offered treasures. Of course, he wasn't interested in kappas. But I don't have any treasure. The poor creature stammered. Seer turned around silently and walked away. His entire back radiated disdain. The kappa stood frozen, feeling like he'd just been spiritually destroyed. Do not save kappas, Seer noted internally. They are broke. Though something was off. This world was supposed to be about curses and sorcerers, right? So why were there yokai? If yokai were here, then Abe no Seimei? The Heian era, Heian Kyo. It made sense. He was in the era of Japan's most famous onmyoji, Abe Seimei. Wouldn't it be cool to meet him? Maybe even take a picture? Get an autograph? First step, get to Kyoto. Seer took a breath and searched for a nearby cluster of people with his 6 eyes. He found an area with a large group gathered, and headed there. There, he saw a girl in a colorful kimono tied up, limbs bound with hemp rope, and a cloth stuffed in her mouth. 4 short but strong men carried her toward the mountains. A human sacrifice. Classic ancient practice, river gods, mountain gods, sea gods. It was all superstition. Except here, those gods might be real. Though Seer preferred the word demon. If he were a noble hero, now would be the moment to save the damsel. But he wasn't a hero, and that girl was definitely not a beauty. Her face was coated in thick white powder, brows shaved, teeth blackened, blush caked on. She looked more like a funeral doll than a person. Still, he didn't care about any of that. He just wanted directions. As the villagers paraded toward the mountain with smiles and drums, a white-haired, red-eyed noble emerged from the trees. Behind him were a massive tiger and a blonde-haired attendant. His appearance screamed untouchable nobility. "Does anyone know the way to Kyoto?" he asked flatly. The villagers froze. No one answered. Seer sighed. Wrong audience. "How about the nearest city?" he asked. "A city lord would know how to reach Kyoto." That way, about 5 hours walk." A villager pointed nervously. 5 hours? Not bad. If Sora carried him and activated Limitless, they could get there in no time. Seer nodded and turned to leave, but just then, an old woman rushed forward and knelt at his feet. "Sir! Please! Save my daughter!" She wept bitterly but never dared touch his robes. She knew better. This man was not one she could afford to offend. Chapter 192. The old woman wept with grief so deep, it seemed as though she was bleeding with every word. Seer remained emotionally detached. To him, this felt like a classic side quest from a game: mountain god marries a bride or river god demands a sacrifice. A quest where players rescue the bride and receive a thank you gift of 3 fruits and a polite bow. Of course, no one really cares about the bride's reward. What they want are boss drops. But this wasn't a game, and monsters didn't drop loot. Still, killing monsters was fun. Seer glanced at the sobbing old woman, then lazily lifted his eyelids. "You said you want to save your daughter," he said bluntly. "But do your neighbors agree?" Before she could answer, several men rushed over and yanked her backward, covering her mouth. She clawed at the ground, her nails breaking and bleeding as they dug into the soil. So the answer was obvious: they didn't agree. But no one dared say anything aloud, not while this mysterious noble stood nearby, exuding an oppressive aura that discouraged even a whisper of rebellion. The scene was pitiful, but also boring. Ignorance, backwardness, it was all too easy to read. "Boring," Seer muttered, turning around and casually heading toward the mountain. He didn't rush. He walked slowly, unbothered. "My lord? My lord?" The villagers called hesitantly behind him, but not a soul dared to follow or stop him. Their reverence toward nobility was instinctual, bred deep into their bones. "Hey, Mero," Seer said as he walked, a thought crossing his mind. "Did you know? This land supposedly has 8 million gods." 8 million? Mero's eyes widened. How is that even possible? According to that number, gods should outnumber humans by the thousands. If they ever started fighting each other, wouldn't the world collapse? "It's not what you think," Seer said, scratching his chin. "Most of those so-called gods wouldn't last 2 seconds in a real fight. Anything can become a god here. As long as someone believes in it, worships it, bam, god. A sword that's been passed down for generations? Might have a spirit and become a god." Thusong blade deities, for example, Seer had heard of them from a game once. But if no one worships them anymore, they just die, or devolve into monsters. He shrugged. Truthfully, he didn't understand this system of gods. Despite all the anime he watched, Neon's 8 million gods was just lore to him. "Oh yeah," Seer added, "there's something else. If you know a demon's true name, you can control it." He laughed. It was a trope in many anime and folk stories. Knowing a monster's real name gave you power over it. Honestly, it was a bit underwhelming as far as weaknesses go. Might as well add a grammar-based magic system: hear the name, get mind controlled. "Doesn't sound very powerful," Mero muttered. "Some of the high-level demons are probably decent. We'll look for a few on the way." Seer smiled, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. After all, this was the Heian era, the golden age of monsters and onmyoji. He'd seen enough in his game ads and random lore videos to know this time period was prime monster territory. As they advanced toward the mountain, a rustling sound echoed like something slithering across the ground. Neither Seer nor Mero turned their heads. Then, the 4 men who had been carrying the bride came sprinting down from the mountain, pale with fear, pushing past the pair without looking back. Further ahead, a dark cave sat at the base of the mountain, surrounded by fallen leaves and scattered bones, human and animal alike. Shreds of colorful kimonos littered the ground like confetti from past sacrifices. And the bride, still bound, had been tossed carelessly at the cave's entrance. TCH. Pretending to be a god, huh? Of course, it's just a monster, Seer muttered. If it were a curse, it wouldn't have the intelligence to impersonate a god. And if it were a real god, well, that was laughable. Humans can't see curses or demons anyway, he added. So it just has to keep quiet and let them project their delusions. Demons tended to have higher IQ than curses. Dark green vines wound around the girl's body, still, quiet, like waiting prey. Seer stood at the ridge above the cave, staring down. So weak, he said, disappointed. The vines suddenly twitched, lashing upward toward his face. But were sliced to ribbons in midair. This thing wasn't even a warm-up. A group of armed villagers could probably kill it with fire and pitchforks. It's weak, Seer said, watching the retreating tendril slither back into the cave, but it's spread itself far. Half the mountain was infested with these vines. It reminded him of wildfire, resilient and hard to stamp out. But that was only if it wasn't burned thoroughly. Open. A ripple of red-hot energy distorted the air in his palm. He flicked it downward. Fire erupted instantly, racing through the underbrush like an inferno seeking vengeance. Smoke curled upward. Flames spread with terrifying speed. Seer stood calmly, arms folded, bathed in the orange glow of firelight. "If you burn it deep enough," he said, eyes reflecting the blaze, "nothing survives." At the base of the mountain, the villagers knelt and wailed. "The mountain god is angry. Please forgive us, Lord Mountain God." They bowed again and again, foreheads striking dirt, pleading for mercy. "The noble angered the mountain god," one whispered. No one dared agree aloud. They were trapped, between a god and a noble. But the fire didn't stop. The flames raged until half the mountain had burned to ash. Not a single green leaf remained. That mountain wouldn't grow back for years. Black smoke poured skyward. Did the mountain god kill him? The villagers murmured as the blaze settled. Then, figures began descending the mountain. The bride was draped limply over a massive tiger's tail, carried like a bag of rice. Seer strolled down casually, hands in his pockets. The scorched mountainside loomed behind him like a blackened palace. "All right," he said with a yawn, "the mountain god's dead. Next time, worship a different mountain." His tone was lazy, dismissive, as if brushing dust from his shoulder. Shock rippled through the crowd. The mountain god was dead. "Don't worship monsters," Seer continued. "If you really want someone to pray to, worship me." The words were blasphemous. Even nobles didn't call themselves gods. What if a real god heard him? One villager tried to speak. But then he saw them. Seer's blood-red eyes narrowed. And below them, another pair of crimson eyes opened. 4 eyes. 2 pairs. Glowing like a beast in the dark. Behind him, black smoke spiraled skyward like demon wings. "Monster!" the man screamed. He tried to run, but tripped and fell, hitting his head and passing out. "Strange," Seer said, raising a hand. A mouth opened on the back of his palm, grinning wickedly. "You worship some half-plant demon like it's holy, but I scare you by breathing?" The mouth on his hand had sharper teeth than the one on his face. Terrifying, and smug. "Why you're..." the villagers stammered, eyes wide. "Ugh. Boring," Seer muttered and dropped his hand. In an instant, the mouth vanished, and he looked ordinary again. He thought he looked cool. Handsome, even. And yet they thought he was a monster? How insulting. No wonder people stopped being people and started eating people. This world had no taste. "Let's go." He waved at Mero and Sora, heading off toward the nearest city. Behind them, the old woman bowed repeatedly, tears running down her face as she pulled her daughter beside her. The path was peaceful. Along the way, they passed harmless little demons. Most ran the moment they sensed Seer's presence. He didn't even bother chasing. From his point of view, the so-called city in ancient Neon was laughable. It looked more like a large village. Honestly, Meteor Street was more developed. There were guards at the city gate, but no one stopped Seer. There wasn't even a real wall. He walked in freely, past homes and merchants hawking food and trinkets. The street food smelled weak, no spice, no sugar. He didn't even pause. Eventually, they reached the city lord's mansion, which was slightly nicer than the rest. Seer figured it was time to ask for directions again, might as well be polite. He motioned for Mero to knock. A man dressed like an anime samurai opened the gate, top knot, sword at his hip, standard issue guard. Why has this noble arrived? The samurai asked, cautiously respectful. A man with that kind of beast, that kind of fashion, and skin that fair. He must be from a wealthy family. White hair, red eyes, black markings on his face, it was strange, but not necessarily inhuman. If he knocked like a person, he couldn't be a demon. Right? We're here to speak with your city lord, Seer said casually. Please, this way. The samurai bowed and led them inside. He showed them to a room and left. A quarter hour later, the city lord arrived, dressed like a high-ranking samurai. Serious, stiff-backed, stern-faced. I am honored, he said, bowing low. May I have your name? Gojo Kiri, Seer said lazily, lounging sideways in his seat. The city lord's eyes flickered. Gojo. White hair. Red eyes. Could he be from the Gojo family? Their head was known for white hair, but his eyes were blue. Still, this one could be a relative. What brings a lord of the Gojo house here from Kyoto? The city lord asked respectfully. Finally, someone knew the name. Nothing much. I got lost, Seer replied bluntly. The way he said it, with complete nonchalance, matched the unpredictable nature of the Gojo family. Most nobles would have made excuses. Seer didn't bother. If you wish to return to Kyoto, the road is that way, the city lord said kindly, pointing. But evening is near. If I may suggest, you should stay the night. This is the hour when demons roam freely. The time of Hyakki Yagyo, the parade of 100 demons. Nah. Seer shook his head. Demons at night? Why would he miss that? Thanks. We'll be on our way. Before anyone could stop him, he vanished, leaving only a faint breeze behind. A true noble from Kyoto. The samurai whispered afterward. Someone with that kind of power. Must be one of them. Still. I've never heard of a Gojo Kiri. He rested his hand on his sword hilt, a shadow of doubt in his eyes. Chapter 193. Seer didn't care what others were thinking. He was eagerly looking for traces of demons. The dusk had sunk, and the world was covered in a warm orange filter. Logically speaking, this was when monsters liked to wander in front of humans. But even after the sun fully disappeared, not a single demon appeared before Seer. Within a 10-mile radius, there wasn't a single significant presence. Only minor monsters within the range of Seer's 6 eyes, none of the great yokai said to terrorize the land. Could it be the stronger ones only dwell near Heian-kyo? Only haunting more prestigious places? I only remember a place called Iyama. Seer mused, touching his chin. Shuden Doji lived there, I think. No idea how to get there though. Night fell fast. The villages they passed along the way were small, barely a few dozen households. Doors were shut tight, and lights extinguished early. Seer wasn't in the mood for night travel. He casually picked a spot for Mero to pitch the tent. Despite the fact they'd switched worlds, Mero hadn't even noticed the language was different from the hunter world. He set up the camp quickly, fire included. Now, how do I disguise myself as a regular guy to bait monsters? Seer murmured, lying inside the tent. The aura he carried was far too alarming. He'd killed too many in the hunter world, beasts, humans, ants. By now, the tally easily exceeded tens of thousands. The system even said, "You have slain over 10,000 entities. Title acquired, Massacre of 10,000. While equipped, others will be instinctively wary of you." The bloodlust deeply embedded in his soul couldn't be hidden. Even unintelligent creatures sensed it and fled immediately. Seer stared at the tent ceiling. I don't think I ever meant to give off murderous vibes. Even when I smile, people think I'm plotting something. He ran a hand over his face. His features were growing sharper. He was handsome, yes, but now too sharp to look kind. He was starting to resemble his mother, a mixed-race woman with dangerous allure, cast perfectly as a seductive villainess. Seer had inherited her face, less beautiful, more foreboding. Like a beautiful lunatic shut away in a dark tower. Looks gloomy, carries bloodlust. If I were anyone else, I'd avoid me. Unfortunately, that was him. Forget it, he sighed, closing his eyes. In the Heian era, few dared sleep outside, demons roamed freely at night. A shadow fell across the tent. The fire flickered and dimmed unnaturally. The figure stood still for a moment, then raised a hand to knock, producing a raspy, unnatural scrape instead of a knock. The tent flap tore open with sharp claws. "Bring me all your food and wine," growled a voice, arrogant and shrill. A blade of frost came slicing forward. What kind of blind idiot disturbs Lord Seer's rest? Marrow gritted his teeth, brandishing a frost blade wrapped with insulating bandages. Before him was a red-skinned creature, fanged, bald, and grotesque. Marrow stabbed it without hesitation. No blood spilled, only frost began forming where the blade struck. "You're no ordinary human," the red demon growled, backing away. "Not on Myoji either. What are you?" Not waiting for a reply, it dissolved into smoke and vanished. Marrow stared grimly at the empty space. "It said raw demons knock at night demanding food or wine," came a lazy voice from behind. Seer stood outside the tent, arms folded, smirking. "Created by rumor, born from belief. If enough people fear it, it becomes real." He glanced at the sky. "Same logic as gods here. You get enough belief, and boom, godhood. Though honestly, it's pathetic." Seer didn't find the idea of being a god appealing. You needed worship, and with worship came obligation. That sounded too much like begging for attention, or worse, working for it. How was that different from a lapdog? "That demon wasn't strong," Marrow noted. "I know. Not even a named one," Seer shrugged. "Are there any that actually interest you, my lord?" Shuden Doji, Ibaraki Doji, Aden, Tamamo no Mei, Enenra, Vampire Princess, Ali no Yui," Seer listed off casually, ticking names off on his fingers. "Impressive recall," Marrow smiled. Seer smirked. "Well, some of them are probably fake. Made up for games. But they sound fun." Just then, a floating head appeared next to Marrow. No body, just a smiling head, hovering and leering. Marrow didn't flinch. He calmly impaled it with his frost blade. "Flying heads," Seer said, "they're said to fly out at night to scare people, feed on flesh, and return by dawn. If they can't return, the body dies." "Huh," Marrow said flatly. He froze the severed head into a block of ice. "Problem solved. Let's rest. We'll see who shows up next." Seer yawned, curling against Sora's soft fur. This time, he switched his equipped titles. Off came Dragon Slayer, and Massacre of 10,000, on went Miraculous Healer. Immediately, little monsters started showing up again. Proof it worked. Marrow, unable to sleep in the destroyed tent, stood guard through the night. By morning, hot water and breakfast were ready before Seer awoke. Despite being stranded in an ancient era, Seer was living like he was on vacation. That almost made him forget the system had stolen all his money. He had tens of billions of Jenny in the Hunter world, which should have been exchangeable. But when he tried, the system had responded. All funds consumed as transfer cost. Bringing Sora and Marrow depleted system energy. Scam system. Seer grumbled while brushing his teeth. After breakfast, the group set off again. They weren't rushing to Kyoto, just enjoying the walk. Farms along the road were modest. People fished or trapped rabbits at most. As the sun lowered, villagers returned home. Among them, a woman in a dark kimono staggered with a bundle in her arms. She bumped into Maro. He frowned, dusting off his shoulder like she'd passed on a disease. "Watch it." "I'm sorry," the woman said weakly, her eyes downcast. She approached Seer instead. "Would you hold my child for a moment?" Seer raised an eyebrow. She mistook his title, a visual label no one else could see, for kindness. "How wonderful." He smiled. "Of course." The moment he took the bundle, a flame burst to life in his palm. "Oops," he said sweetly. "Must have been too hot." The cloth caught fire, but no infant cried. Instead, black spiders scurried out from within, shrieking as they burned. "You killed my child!" the woman shrieked. Her body split and stretched, revealing her true form, half woman, half spider. "Ah, a spider bride," Seer mused. "Takes the form of a woman, asks men to hold babies full of spiders, or seduces and eats them after 3 days. I'll reunite you with your children," he said with a cruel grin. Her legs were sliced off in an instant. Her body dropped, then was bisected cleanly. He snapped his fingers, and flames consumed what remained. Chapter 194. On the 15th day after arriving in this world, Seer finally reached Heian-kyo. Compared to the scattered villages and towns they'd passed, the capital was undeniably more prosperous and densely populated. Most passers-by were dressed with some measure of refinement. Nobles were especially easy to spot. Their clothes were thick, lavish, even. From a high vantage point, Seer looked down upon Kyoto. His 6 eyes clearly mapped the scene below. The number of demons and cursed spirits in Kyoto far exceeded what he had encountered along the way. But that made sense. Most curses are born from the human heart, after all. And those with the leisure to wallow in negative emotions were rarely commoners. The illiterate laborers of the countryside simply worked and slept, they had no time or imagination to conjure monsters from fear. Kyoto, on the other hand, was different. The noble class here reveled in the aesthetics of decay, longing for autumn, morning cherry blossoms. In such a city, it was only natural for spirits to fester like mold beneath the floorboards. On-myoji and Jujutsu sorcerers gave off different types of energy. One used spiritual power, the other, cursed energy. But spells born of negative emotions rarely carried any sense of divinity. Even the users themselves often seemed more demonic than the curses they fought. Pure spiritual power, by contrast, felt clean and radiant. There were thousands of both types of practitioners in Kyoto. But one individual among them pulsed with a life energy stronger than any other. Seer's gaze swept mansion after mansion. A noble, no doubt. Possibly a government official. And then, pain lanced through his eyes. Even the smaller set of closed eyes beneath his main pair snapped open involuntarily. Red blood streamed down his cheeks. "Oh?" Seer murmured, delighted rather than alarmed. "Seriously? There's another pair of 6 eyes here? Where? Come on, show yourself. You must have sensed me too, right?" His grin widened uncontrollably, eyes scanning the city like a predator sensing prey. Gojo household. A man in white robes stood beneath a blooming cherry tree, enjoying the petals fluttering in the breeze. Suddenly, his vision was consumed by crimson. His eyes blurred. Blood trickled down his cheeks. Gojo Haru frowned. With his power, few beings, curse, demon, or otherwise, could harm him. So the issue had to be his eyes. He reached up. His fingers came away wet with blood. "Lord Haru?" A maid who'd been delivering refreshments dropped to her knees, startled. She reached out tentatively but hesitated, not knowing what to do. "I'll call the others." "No need." Haru waved a hand and unfolded a fan, shielding the lower half of his face with a practiced smile. "You may go. Don't tell anyone." "Yes, my lord." The maid bowed deeply, then retreated silently. Once alone again, Haru turned his eyes toward a shadow beneath the cherry tree. A white-haired boy with 4 crimson eyes stood there, dressed in layered black and red robes. Despite the blood running from his eyes, he was stunning, so much so it verged on the unnatural. "You are from the Gojo family?" Seer asked, voice dripping with amusement. "And you?" Haru said, hiding his mouth behind the fan. "You're not human, are you?" 6 eyes appeared once every few centuries. There was only supposed to be 1 pair per era. Yet here this boy was. White hair, bleeding eyes, the same overwhelming presence, and most disturbingly of all, a resonance between their gazes. Seer closed his eyes, but through the 6 eyes, he could still see himself, reflected in Haru's vision. Their perspectives were momentarily shared. Seer's image in that vision wasn't just accurate, it was complete. A fully analyzed energy construct. "So I'm that strong, huh?" he muttered. "Well, after fighting world-level beings and surviving 2 trans-dimensional jumps, that probably checked out. This shouldn't be possible. Why would another pair of 6 eyes emerge?" Haru muttered, fan still poised. "Something wrong with Master Tengen?" he added absently. "This era isn't yours, is it?" he asked, looking Seer over with sharp amusement. "I'm from 1,000 years in the future," Seer said without missing a beat, already fabricating a backstory. His tale involved a tragic love between a Gojo heiress and a Zenin rogue, the birth of Seer, their secret child, their untimely deaths, and Seer's eventual rebellion against the Gojo elders. When they tried to turn him into a breeding tool for the clan, he fought back, and accidentally time-traveled here. Gojo Haru didn't show a reaction. Just listened. Fan in hand, smile hidden. "Well then," Haru finally said. "Your eyes. They've been making mine act up for half a month now." "No wonder," Seer said. "I've been here 2 weeks. I assume you're planning to stay?" Seer blinked. "Well, I'm broke and homeless." "Then from this day on, you're a distant Gojo relative from the Tang dynasty," Haru declared. Seer grinned. "Lovely." Within hours, Seer was introduced to the Gojo estate, given a lavish room, and even assigned a maid. On the 16th day of his time in this world, he finally got to sleep on a real bed. "Sir, you know someone here?" Mero asked, still confused. "Call it luck," Seer said as he dipped a brush in ink. He was copying out a ghost story onto handmade paper. A man walked alone in Kyoto one night and encountered a beautiful girl. He finished the tale, an old ghost story involving a painted skin spirit, and handed the script to Mero. "Make as many copies as you can. Spread them all over Kyoto." "Understood," Mero said, not questioning the order. Seer leaned back and tapped a folding fan against his palm. "Let's see if this little experiment works." The pages spread quickly. The handwriting was elegant, the story vivid. The painted skin ghost tale quickly became a sensation. Nobles, commoners, everyone started whispering about it. The story's signature line, "This event was witnessed and experienced by me," sparked speculation. Some believed it was real. Others called it a clever hoax. But regardless of the theories, one thing was certain. The story had taken root. And change was coming. Chapter 195. Most of the people wandering at night were nobles. In Heian-kyo, there was a popular custom called visiting one's wife. A man would spend the night at a woman's residence and leave before dawn. This wasn't necessarily a husband and wife relationship. More often, it was a lover's rendezvous. The sky was still dark when Ryomen tidied his clothes, boarded his ox cart, and left his lover's mansion. If he left any later, He'd risk encountering the ox carts of other acquaintances along the road, something he made sure to avoid. The road home looked the same as usual in the dim morning light before sunrise. But maybe not quite. He noticed a woman standing by the roadside, dressed in lavish robes, long hair flowing to the ground, her face sorrowful and her eyes cold. He halted the ox cart. Her skin gleamed like moonlight, and her jet-black hair and brows gave her a monochrome beauty, black and white in perfect contrast. She was so stunning that he was left speechless, his mind filled with only one question. Who is this woman? The notion that she might be a ghost fled from his mind. How could someone so beautiful be a monster? How could someone so beautiful bring harm? Ridiculous. She had to be a goddess. May I ask your name? He asked, tongue-tied. Xiao Wei, she replied, her gaze locked onto him. Ryomen, bewitched by her moonlit beauty, eagerly took her home. Meanwhile, in Heian-kyo, beautiful women began vanishing into the night. A few days later, several corpses were discovered in the maple forest. All were women, skinned, hearts ripped out, identities unrecognizable beneath the blood-soaked flesh. They were victims of something that matched the description of the painted skin ghost, a figure from a story that had started circulating only recently. A ghost who lacked a heart, one who painted on the skins of beautiful women and devoured the hearts of others. Conventional methods had failed. The nobles grew desperate. Naturally, they turned to the onmyoji. In a courtyard of the Gojo estate, the onmyoji have started patrolling Kyoto to track the painted skin ghost. Mero reported quietly. Seer sat under the eaves, a go board beside him, playing a game against himself. So the onmyoji are stepping in, huh? He chuckled. Onmyoji? Gojo Haru entered just then, looking sideways at Seer with a teasing smirk. We're talking about the recent events. Think the onmyoji can catch the painted skin ghost? Seer asked casually. Gojo Haru, dressed in a pristine white robe, looked not a day over 30. Despite his age, he had no wife or children, and his youthful features made him appear the same age as Seer. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and he exuded a cold, aristocratic aura, like snow sculpted into human form. Seer wondered if Gojo Satoru, 1,000 years later, would look like this. If you're talking about those onmyoji the court sent out, definitely not, Gojo Haru said bluntly. While not all onmyoji were useless, few could handle actual exorcism or combat. Onmyoji were good for reading omens and watching the weather. For real combat? Not so much. The conjurers were a bit more reliable in that regard, but they had their own turf, dealing with cursed spirits, not demons. As soon as the first skinned corpse was found, Gojo Haru had gone to inspect it personally. From the residual spiritual energy, he concluded it was a demon, not a cursed spirit. That was enough for the spellcasters to step back and leave the matter to the onmyoji. In this era, onmyoji and conjurers looked down on each other. The Gojo clan, blessed with the 6 eyes, naturally held the upper hand in the world of spellcasters, but internal squabbling and dissent were rampant. Not only did many cursed spirits want to kill Gojo Haru, many humans did, too. That painted skin ghost wasn't born weak, Gojo Haru said thoughtfully, fanning himself. What do you mean by that? Seer asked, smiling slightly. She hasn't been around long, just half a month. And yet, the energy signature I observed from her victims matches that of a high-level demon. She was born strong. A prodigy ghost, then? Seer asked, pretending to be surprised. Exactly, Gojo Haru said with a soft laugh. And you, Mr. Wu? What exactly are you planning? He asked suddenly, gaze sharp despite the smile. Seer wasn't surprised. Anyone with the 6 eyes wasn't easy to fool. I was just experimenting, Seer replied, holding a white ghost stone between his fingers. There's no difference between creating a demon and creating a god. If I can write a demon into existence, I can write a god too. His fingers, pale, long, elegant, rested lightly on the board. That's quite a heretical notion, Gojo Haru said, half laughing, his fan hiding his mouth again. So let them strike me down, if they're real, Seer said scornfully. In fact, I'd like to write a story where someone kills a god. You're terrifying, Gojo Haru chuckled. But those who died, they were innocent. Don't worry. Painted Skin Ghost's time is almost up, Seer replied as he packed away the go pieces. You'd better hope so, Gojo Haru muttered. If you don't stop, someone might petition Lord Seimei. Abe Seimei, Seer murmured with interest. He'd been hoping to meet the man anyway, more for curiosity's sake than anything else. Do you think the Painted Skin Ghost became strong because of me? Seer mused aloud. Absolutely, Gojo Haru said without hesitation. Someone like you. If you curse someone even in passing, they might become a special grade curse spirit. Creations of someone like Seer were born far more powerful than those spawned by ordinary people. And she doesn't even have a name? Gojo Haru asked. She does. Xiao Wei, Seer replied with a smile. Gojo Haru tapped his fan. A pretty name. Hey, do you think I could become an onmyoji? Seer asked out of nowhere. You? Gojo Haru blinked, then laughed. Of course. You have 6 eyes. But then he added, though. Your curse energy and spiritual power will clash. The stronger your curse energy, the weaker your spiritual power. That's why onmyoji see conjurers as filthy, Gojo Haru added with a chuckle. They're always eager to throw purification spells at us, if they could land one. So I can't be an onmyoji after all, Seer sighed dramatically. Well, conjurers aren't so bad, Gojo Haru offered, as though reassuring him. But people always want what they can't have, Seer quipped. You seem surprisingly idle, he added, glancing at Haru. Gojo Haru smiled. If I'm busy, it means Kyoto is on the verge of collapse. Their conversation was interrupted by a white dog sprinting into the courtyard. It stopped in front of Gojo Haru and barked twice. Oh? Where's Akira and Tamaki? Gojo Haru asked, greeting the familiar white Shikigami. The 10 shadows of the Zenin clan? Seer said, reaching to pet the dog, but it stepped back, refusing. You know about that? Sounds like your generation still has a 10 shadows user, Haru said, amused. Yeah. But he doesn't carry the Zenin name. He's called Fushiguro. Really now? Haru's face lit up in satisfaction. I take it the Zenin clan's future isn't so bright. Just then, a tall man with long black hair and dark clothes walked in. His green eyes fixed on Seer. Then how can someone wield the 10 shadows but not bear the Zenin name? The man asked coldly. The white dog ran to him immediately. Seer casually leaned on Kong, ignoring the dog. A dog couldn't compete with his majestic white tiger. This is Zenin Akira, head of the Zenin family, Gojo Haru introduced. Also my mortal enemy? Ha! Who's your friend? We're sworn enemies, Zenin Akira growled. He didn't look much like Fushiguro Megumi, more like a hot-tempered uncle version. Seer just muttered, you show up at your enemy's house to drink tea? That's rich. Got a problem with that? Akira retorted, pouring himself tea like he owned the place. Whatever makes you happy, Seer shrugged. The 3 men sat there, the mood awkward, the air heavy with unspoken tension. Even Gojo Haru couldn't hide his grin behind his fan. This your Shikigami? Akira asked, finally looking at Kong. Of course, Seer replied smoothly. Akira nodded. Nice. Kong is naturally outstanding, Seer said, smug. The mood turned stifling again. Anyway, Haru coughed. Tell me what you came here for. Chapter 196. Zen and Akira looked at Seer first. Was it really okay to let this person be present? Gojo Haru said he was a descendant of the Gojo family, but Akira had basically met all the Gojo family members in Kyoto, and there was no one named Gojo Kiri. That meant he must have come from outside Kyoto. Can such a junior be trusted? Don't worry, Kiri-kun is trustworthy, Gojo Haru said with a smile, his confidence either stemming from blind trust, or his own overwhelming strength. The curse users have formed an alliance with cursed spirits to establish a cult. Zen and Akira began. The Fallen Heaven Sect? Gojo Haru immediately recalled the name. Fallen to Heaven? Dramatic, Seer thought. Seer perked up, his curiosity piqued. A conjurer from the Zenin family discovered their stronghold while out on a mission, but Akira frowned at the memory. By the time it was found, everyone inside was already dead. It was like they'd all been cut apart simultaneously, he added grimly. And some of them were eaten. Some of the corpses looked like they'd been gnawed by beasts. The bones had been chewed into fragments. The tooth marks? Human. Oh. Seer sat up straighter. Then what happened? The entire Fallen Heaven Sect branch was wiped out. That's it. But now the Zenin family is debating whether to investigate the one responsible. Because all the victims were curse users, there was no need to report it to the Emperor. As long as it didn't endanger civilians in Kyoto, the curse user conflict was theirs to handle internally. What kind of organization was this Fallen Heaven Sect? Seer asked, now fully engaged. He'd heard the name tossed around, but he didn't recognize it. It sounded vaguely familiar, but that could have been from the countless edgy cults in manga or light novels. A heretical cult that worships Susanoo. They had quite a following and were extremely active for a while, Gojo Haru explained. Susanoo. Seer nodded. That name he recognized, Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, Susanoo, children of the primordial gods Izanami and Izanagi. But conjurers worshipping a god? That was new. Maybe they were just weak enough to need faith. Seer had no gods. He didn't believe in anything that could be killed. So you came to ask the Gojo family to deal with this? Seer glanced at Akira. He didn't believe for a second that Akira had come just to share gossip. Clearly, they were hoping to pass the problem off to the Gojo house. Please spare me, Gojo Haru said, leaning back with a sigh. I want nothing to do with this mess. Unlike his future descendant Gojo Satoru, who worked a 007 schedule and felt obligated to shoulder the world, Gojo Haru was content playing the role of the decorative sea-calming divine needle. He was the strongest conjurer, but also the most hands-off. We're worried a monstrous cursed spirit or something worse may have been born in that cult, Akira admitted. Everyone who died had significant power. And they'd all died at once, in the same place. That wasn't something to be taken lightly. It's useless to worry now. If something did spawn, it'll show up on its own, Seer yawned. Famous monsters always want attention. They'll do something dramatic to make headlines. So true. Gojo Haru nodded. Akira said nothing further. The Zenin clan didn't want to move unless absolutely necessary. They'd basically shoved the matter onto him, hoping to unload it on the Gojo family. By the way, why not bring this to the Kamo clan? Seer asked. Wasn't Kamo one of the three great families? Why always run to Gojo? Akira looked at him flatly. The heir of the Kamo family who awakened the red blood technique is 2 years old. Ah, Seer muttered. What could a toddler do? That was fair. The Kamo clan is behind this generation, then. Not surprising. What were you talking about earlier? Akira asked, trying to shift the topic. He'd caught something about the 10 shadows? Oh, we were just chatting about the newest spectacle in Kyoto, the painted skin ghost, Gojo Haru replied casually. Painted skin. Oh, that ghost woman, Akira recalled after a moment. He'd heard about her but lost interest once the Onmyoji took over the case. So they still haven't caught her? He asked, tone dripping with scorn. They're still sniffing around, Haru said with a grin. What a useless bunch, Akira sneered. Magicians and Onmyoji didn't get along. Just then, a maid appeared. Master Haru, Lord Akamoto has come to visit. Akamoto? Bring him here, Haru said. That guy. Akira's expression soured. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a white hunting cloak and black hat arrived, standard noble attire. Average face. Average aura. A complete contrast to Gojo Haru and Zenin Akira, who both had charisma that seemed almost divine. And Seer, whose looks could melt marble. Lord Haru. You must help us. Akamoto begged as soon as he arrived. Knew it, Akira muttered. People always came to borrow Haru's 6 eyes. You're just here to drag us into your mess, Akira accused. The Emperor himself gave this order. Lord Haru must assist us in resolving the painted skin ghost matter. Akamoto stood tall despite the glare. Ah, an imperial edict. Fine. Haru stood, smiling. Kiri-kun, want to come? He asked. Of course, Seer answered immediately. This had been his plan all along. Zenin Akira considered it, then stood too. Akamoto glanced between Haru and Seer, eyes lingering on Seer. White hair, white eyebrows, 6 eyes. He must be Haru's son. An illegitimate one, maybe. The math worked out. Akamoto led them to the edge of the noble district. This is where the painted skin ghost's aura vanished. From here, we lost her trace. The victims? All beautiful noble women. I suspect. Akamoto hesitated. What are you planning to do? Gojo Haru cut to the point. The implication was clear, they suspected the ghost had infiltrated a noble household, protected by a barrier that masked her presence. But nobles were touchy. You couldn't accuse them without proof. I was thinking of investigating quietly, Akamoto offered cautiously. He was a civilian born on Myoji, and this case had been dumped on him by others who didn't want to touch it. What do you think, Kiri-kun? Gojo Haru asked. Just check which families have a new, beautiful woman around. That should narrow it down. Seer smiled. The victims were all beautiful. The painted skin ghost must be very beautiful by now. Akamoto pulled out a piece of white paper, folded it into a butterfly, and blew. The origami butterfly fluttered to life and flew toward each mansion. Wait, how do the butterflies ask questions? They can't talk, Seer said bluntly. I forgot, Akamoto replied, stunned. Seer facepalmed. You're as hopeless as ever, Zenin Akira sighed. Eventually, Akamoto gave up on the butterflies. I'll just ask door to door. But before he could, someone came to them. A middle-aged nobleman in court robes dragged a bound young man along the road. Confess. How did you meet that demon? Why did you bring her into my house? The man barked, kicking the youth's knees. Xiao Wei isn't a monster. The young man yelled, struggling. Shut up. The noble slapped him hard, drawing blood. Lord Ping, this is. Akira narrowed his eyes. Classic noble move, publicly beat your son to distance yourself from his actions. Blame the youth's ignorance. 2 weeks ago, he brought a suspicious woman home. I just found out today. The maid was ordered not to speak, the nobleman explained, feigning fury. Monsters are cunning. My son is, simple, he added with a pointed glare. Where's Xiao Wei now? Akamoto asked, eager to resolve this. Come with me. The noble gestured for them to follow. Akamoto hurried after him, completely forgetting about the elite conjurer standing behind. Did he seriously just ditch the 6 eyes? Seer asked. Get used to it, Gojo Haru said calmly. Most people didn't see him as a person, just as the 6 eyes of the Gojo clan. He was a tool. A symbol. A godchild born to maintain balance. Abe Seimei held the balance once. Now that he's old, I'm the new anchor, Haru said softly. The son of Amaterasu. The divine bloodline. Suwu blinked slowly. In contrast to Gojo Satoru, who claimed to have broken the balance, Gojo Haru had been born to uphold it. Honestly? Breaking the balance sounded way cooler. Chapter 197. Want to follow and have a look? Gojo Haru gently waved his folding fan and looked at Seer. He and Zen and Akira weren't particularly interested in the so-called painted skin ghost, but the boy definitely was. Besides, they followed him for insurance. Of course. I want to see how Onmyoji drive away evil spirits. Seer responded, curious and expectant. Surely, Onmyoji wouldn't just fight like conjurers. It was probably all spells, incantations, elegant hand gestures, and summoning Shikigami, more graceful and refined than throwing punches. Just then, a figure in white flew backwards past the 3 of them. Gojo Haru, Zen and Akira, Seer, and Mero all turned simultaneously to look. That was Akamoto, wasn't it? Gojo Haru covered the lower half of his face, smiling. Are Onmyoji really that weak? Seer twitched an eyebrow. You can't say that. Akamoto is weak, not all Onmyoji, Haru corrected. If we're talking levels, that painted skin ghost is about special grade. Akamoto's maybe 3rd grade conjurer equivalent. 3rd grade. Seer mentally reviewed conjurer rankings. Wasn't that practically Street Fighter level? A 3rd grade against a special grade? The fact Akamoto only flew and didn't instantly explode was already miraculous. While Seer and Haru chatted, more bodies flew out of the residence. Unlike Akamoto, whose clothes were still pristine, the others were stained with blood, clearly their own, since it was unlikely they'd so much as scratched the ghost. Bricks shattered, walls collapsed, and loud crashes echoed from the estate. A team of Onmyoji in white hunting robes stormed in, ignoring Seer and the others. 10 minutes later, they came back out, disheveled and clearly beaten down. Kyoto was big, and nobles lived close together. Naturally, the commotion drew a crowd. Many of the gathered nobles weren't afraid, because they knew they'd be protected. Among the group of Onmyoji, the one who stood out the most was a young boy. He had strong spiritual energy, black hair, brown eyes, wore red hunting robes, and looked no more than 13 or 14. His features were delicate, and he had that protagonist feel. Following him was a cute but powerful Shikigami. Who's that? Seer asked, eyes locked on the boy. That's Abe Masahiro, the youngest son of the Abe family, Lord Seimei's grandson, Haru answered. Despite the distance, the boy turned toward them and shouted, I'm not his grandson. Then he got punched, spinning 3.5 times through the air before hitting the ground unconscious. A woman in a black feathered kimono emerged, blood-colored waves rippling beneath her feet like petals. She raised her eyes and locked onto Seer. She had waist-length black hair in a traditional G style, pitch-black eyes, and a moonlit glow that accentuated her presence. This is really... Haru smiled. So that's what she looks like, Seer sighed. No wonder someone brought her home without a second thought. It was perfectly fitting. I still can't tell if she's a curse or a demon. Seer stood there calmly as the being he'd created walked toward him. Zen and Akira raised his hand instinctively but was stopped by Haru. Just watch, Haru said. He wasn't worried in the slightest. Am I beautiful? Lena asked, brushing her hand across her face as she stopped in front of Seer. She'd seen him, before her self-awareness had fully formed. She remembered his voice. I hope you won't disappoint me. Of course you are. Seer smiled, reaching out and touching her cheek. Then, will you give me your heart? Lena asked, eyes drifting to his chest. She could sense it, the vibrant heart beneath his ribs. She knew, instinctively, that devouring it would break her current limitations. She opened her mouth slightly, her hunger intensifying. Monsters are such greedy things. Seer pinched her cheek and sighed. Even knowing he had created her, her first instinct was to devour him. But he wasn't surprised. He had designed her to be inhuman, to lack emotion, reason, even identity beyond hunger. So of course she would act like a beast. She was just a skin over a void. I'm starving, Lena murmured. You won't be hungry much longer, Seer said softly. His palm ignited with fire, pressing into her cheek. Her flawless face began to burn. Ah! Lena screamed, swatting his hand away as her hair and robes caught flame. The pain and confusion twisted her features. Why? If he meant to kill her, why let her be born at all? She looked at him with two burned-out eye sockets. Seer curled his lips. Be good. Don't let me down. You were meant to exit the stage as soon as you appeared. Lena's mind flashed back to that moment, the boy writing her into existence, murmuring strange words she never understood. Even now, she didn't understand. A creature formed of human skin, she left nothing behind when that skin turned to ash. Sora sneezed from the side, summoning a gust of wind that scattered the ashes into nothing. Masahiro Abe groggily got to his feet. He stared at the scene, stunned. What? That's it? Wasn't he supposed to save the day? And here I thought the final battle would be flashier, Seer sighed. No one responded. It had ended far too quietly. They should have dragged it out, wrecked half of Kyoto, then defeated her dramatically. But she was just barely special grade. Ending her quickly was inevitable, he muttered. It seems the Gojo family has gained another talent, came a voice. A man in purple robes with large earlobes and a sutured forehead stepped out. Seer narrowed his eyes. Even with 6 eyes, he couldn't see inside that sewn-up head. Clever trick. Why are you here? Zenin Akira asked, clearly familiar with the man. To check on you, head of the Zenin family. You've been spending a lot of time with the Gojo clan, the man said with a smirk. So he was from the Zenin clan? Seer remembered in canon this guy was part of the Kamo family. Apparently, he just body-hopped between the 3 great houses like a rotating door. TCH, yeah. Let's go, Zenin Akira muttered. Onmyoji nearby finally gathered the courage to approach Gojo Haru and Seer. Lord Haru, who is this? They asked, pointing to Seer. He had white hair, brows, and lashes like Haru, but red eyes, not blue. There could only be 6 eyes in an era. Another one? Was he Haru's son? He looked old enough. During the Heian period, men were adults by age 12. Seer looked about 17 or 18, fully grown by their standards. A younger generation of the Gojo family, Haru said vaguely. It didn't matter that Seer was technically from 1,000 years in the future. In this moment, he belonged here. The Gojo family is truly blessed with talent, the Onmyoji muttered enviously. Why did everything good happen to the Gojo family? Perhaps the gods simply favor us more. Haru's smile didn't even pretend to be humble. The other Onmyoji looked like they'd eaten bitter herbs. What's his name? One asked. Kiri-kun. Gojo Kiri, Haru replied. This name isn't known in Kyoto. And those clothes. They eyed Seer's tailored robes. They were far more fitted and refined than the baggy haori and robes of Kyoto. This is Tang Dynasty clothing, Seer said mildly. Heian nobles idolized Tang culture, so the moment he said that, no one questioned it. "Are we riding together?" Zenin Akira asked, motioning to his ox cart. Seer stared at it, thoughtful. Where he came from, only farmers and peasants rode ox carts. Not very cool. But here in Heian-kyo, it was a noble's pride and status symbol. Still, it wasn't for him. "We'll go ourselves," Seer replied. He'd rather ride on Kong. A white tiger was cooler than an ox cart any day. Fortunately, with so many conjurers and onmyoji in Kyoto, a giant white tiger didn't startle anyone. They just assumed it was a powerful shikigami. Hey hunters, quick little break. Hope you're enjoying the chaos so far if anyone is even watching this far in LOL. GG's to you. Anyway, let's keep going, blue heart emoji. Chapter 198. The group returned to the Gojo estate quickly. Seer was already lying under the eaves of the corridor, propping up his head with one hand while thinking about the sutured man. Who was that guy? He's from the Zenin family, Seer asked Gojo Haru. While Haru didn't lie down like Seer, he still sat in an extremely relaxed posture, nothing like the formal, elegant positions expected in this era. You mean Zenin Ryohei? He's a conjurer from the Zenin clan. He didn't inherit the 10 Shadows technique, but his strength is pretty decent, Gojo Haru explained. Huh? Seer responded vaguely. Are the stitches on his head natural? He sounded like he was seriously considering peeling the man's skull open. Of course not. Who's born with stitches on their head? Gojo Haru laughed lightly. About 3 years ago, Ryohei was injured during a mission against a powerful cursed spirit. He survived, but that scar was the price. I see. Seer nodded slightly. He didn't believe it for a second. Clearly, that was when Kenjaku, or whatever name the brain-hopping parasite was using, had taken over Ryohei's body. And no one had noticed. Not even Gojo Haru, despite having the 6 eyes. But to be fair, even the 6 eyes couldn't directly see through a technique. They could analyze the flow of energy and infer things from it, but without enough information, even the best eyes couldn't draw conclusions. If Seer hadn't known about Kenjaku ahead of time, he might not have been able to tell either. After all, possession and technique swapping were part of Kenjaku's innate abilities. I'm guessing the name Gojo Kiri is already spreading through Kyoto by now, Gojo Haru joked. Maybe 1,000 years later, they'll find my name in history books, Seer said, amused. And when they check the Gojo family registry, they'll wonder where the hell I came from. That brings up a question. What happens if you change history? Gojo Haru asked, sounding more curious than concerned. Can't be worse than the timeline I came from, Seer replied with a shrug. After all, in that timeline, Sukuna went berserk and Gojo Satoru got chopped in half. What could possibly be worse? Unfortunately, Seer hadn't read much beyond that part in the manga. For all he knew, things got even worse. So, what was the future like? Gojo Haru pressed, intrigued. Seer went quiet for a second before answering, the conjurers lost. Completely. That's a bit sparse, Haru chuckled hoarsely. Well, to elaborate, by that point, the number of active conjurers had dwindled to single digits. Onmyoji went underground, but cursed spirits multiplied like rats, Seer added. Cursed spirits became more numerous and more powerful, fed by the collective stress and negativity of modern society. Places with dense populations and psychological strain practically birthed spirits. Eventually, even rookies who awakened their powers a week prior were being shoved into battles they couldn't win. Seer grimaced. I'm talking about a certain unlucky tiger-striped protagonist. Couldn't beat you, could he? Gojo Haru asked seriously. Of course not. I beat him half to death every time, Seer replied cheerfully. It sounds less like incompetence and more like sabotage, Haru said thoughtfully. You make it sound like they were sending those kids out to die. Exactly. The three great clans, especially the Zenin, had major class consolidation issues, Seer said lazily. Oh yeah, he added. There was even that infamous quote, anyone not from the Zenin clan is not a conjurer. Anyone not a conjurer is not even human. Gojo Haru widened his eyes. They really said that? Yeah. The Zenin clan did take in talented outsiders and gave them the surname Zenin. But it was more for optics. The Kamo family mostly obsessed over on Myoji marriages to purify their bloodlines. The Gojo clan. Haru trailed off. Yeah, kind of a mess too, Seer said with a snort. Compared to the Zenin and Kamo clans, the Gojo family seemed poorly managed. Strongest single member, but weakest as a whole. Without someone like you, or me, the clan's pretty meh, Seer concluded. True, Gojo Haru nodded. The 6 Eyes and Limitless technique are only truly terrifying together. One without the other isn't enough. Got it. 6 Eyes and Limitless. Only together are they busted, Seer echoed. By the way, Kiri-kun, what do you plan to do now that you've landed 1,000 years in the past? Haru asked. Seer's expression turned slightly thoughtful. He was really just killing time, waiting for his system to finish rebooting and send him back to the correct timeline. But that could take ages. His current objective, his main mission, was to kill the world's consciousness. That wasn't something he could just do without first drawing it out. And for that, he had to mess with the plot. Problem was, he didn't know what the original plot was supposed to be for this time period. I haven't decided yet, Seer admitted. Well, just know that if you go too far, I'll have to step in, Gojo Haru said gently. Of course, Seer replied with a smile. You can't beat me, though. His tone was casual and direct. Gojo Haru didn't deny it. The resonance between their 6 eyes let him sense the truth. So I guess that makes me the strongest sorcerer in this era, Seer said brightly. Gojo Haru went quiet. I know what I want to do now, Seer said, suddenly standing. Haru frowned. Since I'm the strongest, I should be treated like the strongest, Seer declared. He didn't want to be like Gojo Satoru or even Haru, celebrated yet feared, propped up yet isolated. The Zenin family comes first, Seer muttered, before vanishing. Gojo Haru sighed. He really didn't want to fight someone else with 6 eyes. But it looked like he might have to. For now. Let's see what the Zenin clan can do. If Seer really planned to challenge the 3 great clans, they'd only listen after their pride was shattered. But the Zenin family wasn't a pushover. The Zenin estate was sprawling, outfitted with private training grounds and holding pens for cursed spirits used in sparring. So, if Seer planned to make a statement, he had to go loud. He blasted open the gates and instantly killed the welcoming committee. Wave after wave came, only to be turned into a pile of corpses at the steps. Seer walked across the bloodied path like it was nothing. At the center of the estate, the true elites of the Zenin family appeared, including Zenin Akira. Of course, as clan head, he had to be here. This guy had inherited the 10 Shadows technique, which meant he could summon Maharega if pushed. That would be a hassle. What does the Gojo family mean by this? Barked an elder behind Akira. The name Gojo Kiri had already made the rounds. People assumed he was another powerful mutant born into the Gojo line, thankfully not another 6 eyes, or they might have had a collective breakdown. This has nothing to do with the Gojo family, Seer said with a smile. After I finish with you, they're next. I'm fair like that. You've been tainted by something evil, the elder snapped. Regardless of your ties to Gojo Haru, the Zenin clan demands an explanation. An explanation? Seer tilted his head. Go to hell and find it, he said with a smirk. With a gust of wind, the Zenin estate sealed shut. Only flashes of violence and flying debris could be seen outside. until half the estate collapsed from the fight above. Two figures came crashing down from midair, leveling buildings in their wake. Even that guy had been summoned. Gojo Haru, watching from a distance, let out a heavy sigh. Maharega, summoned from the 10 shadows. It was a last resort technique, guaranteed to turn on its summoner. This meant Zenin Akira had chosen death. Maharega adapted to every ability it saw, making it nearly impossible to beat unless you killed it before it could learn. Which was exactly what Seer planned to do. He summoned the Wheel of Dharma. A faint blue wheel appeared in the sky. Cards spun into place. Reversed Justice. Reversed Devil. Reversed Death. Then, Upright World. And finally, Upright Judgment. He applied 2 debuff cards to Maharega, and 3 buff cards to himself. A 175% power amplification. More than enough for a one-hit kill. Reversed technique, Chapter 199. With just one blow, Maxuluo's body was shattered, only its head remained. A one-hit kill. The effect of the card was 24 hours. In simple terms, Seer had just activated a 24-hour unmatched combat power experience card. Before this, Seer was already strong enough to contend with someone like Gojo Haru, but not strong enough to kill him easily. Now, well, actually, not much had changed in that regard. Gojo Haru's limitless technique was still an issue. Seer's attacks couldn't land, and likewise, Gojo Haru couldn't land anything on him either. If the two of them fought, it would just be an annoying battle of techniques endlessly clashing, no damage taken on either side. To Seer, that made Gojo Haru one of the most annoying enemies. Unless, like Ryomen Sukuna, he learned spatial dimension slashing, bypassing limitless and slicing Gojo in two. But if it were that easy, he'd have done it already. "Do you want to fight me?" Seer asked, eyeing Gojo Haru. The white-haired, blue-eyed man let out a sigh. Despite being in his 30s, he still looked like a teenager. "It's not my turn yet," Gojo Haru replied, hiding his expression behind a folding fan. Because at that moment, Seer had become the enemy of all of Heian Kyo. The Emperor issued a decree: all sorcerers and onmyoji, whoever can kill the target shall be richly rewarded. Even the Gojo clan received a formal warning, mild or severe depending on the household. Because the person who destroyed the Zenin household in broad daylight bore the name, Gojo Kiri. Gojo Haru shut his doors and remained silent. No one in the Gojo clan spoke of it, not even to deny it. Because none of them knew where Gojo Kiri had come from. No one had heard of such a person in the past decade. He had simply appeared. And immediately caused chaos. Seer's first thought on learning he'd become a public enemy was, did I just steal Sukuna's plotline? The second, so this is what it means to be the strongest. Exactly. The strongest isn't someone called strong, it's someone who makes the strength known through overwhelming power. Once every person he defeats stops resisting and acknowledges him as the strongest, then that's that. They say the spellcasters and onmyoji of Heian Kyo once challenged Sukuna too, Seer murmured as another group of spellcasters surrounded him. And they still lost. That old monster never once knew defeat. Where was Sukuna now? Wasn't it about time he showed up? The group of sorcerers seemed determined to exhaust Seer's energy through relentless attrition. They attacked like a rotating wheel, one after the other. He had originally wanted to head directly to the Kamo household, but their interference forced him to delay. So instead of hurrying, he found a public area and made it his battleground. Every challenger was accepted. And it became a spectacle. No one dared watch in person, but many spied remotely, through Shikigami or far-seeing techniques. One group was crushed. Then another. If Sukuna could challenge the entire capital, so could Seer. In fact, his build was even more broken than Sukuna's. Limitless, 6 eyes, Heavenly Doom Lance, Reverse Curse Technique, and the ability to chant spells silently via second mouth. The burden of maintaining 2 pairs of 6 eyes was heavy, but so was the spell recovery rate. He could fight for 3 days straight without exhausting his cursed energy. And if it came to using domain amplification? Even breaking his own technique wouldn't be enough to stop him. You'd need both Gojo Satoru and Sukuna fighting together just to force him into a corner. And none of these people even came close. After finishing yet another group, Seer began to feel that continuing this way might leave Sukuna with no chance to shine. As he considered wrapping up, Gojo Haru appeared before him. You've defeated 2 waves of elite forces from the Fujiwara family, the Sun Moon Star Corps, the Goku Generals, and even the Nirvana Suppression Squad from the Abe family. Gojo Haru sighed. He felt like he had sighed more in the past few days than in the last 30 years combined. What were those? Seer asked blankly. He barely remembered the details of the Jujutsu Kaisen story anymore, just Sukuna slicing Gojo in half. Everything else? Who cared? Why didn't you kill them? Gojo Haru asked at last. He thought perhaps Seer had spared them because he knew their backgrounds and didn't want to provoke their clans unnecessarily. But then again, Seer had already crushed the Zenin clan, killing 1/3 of their elite and crippling the rest. Clearly, he didn't care about families or retaliation. Would you believe me if I said I didn't plan on killing anyone? Seer smirked. He genuinely didn't enjoy killing. He just had no patience for idiots who couldn't take a hint. If people picked a fight, he'd kill a few as a warning. If they still didn't listen, then more blood would be spilled. But he always left room for survival. He never stopped people from dragging their injured comrades away to heal. If he'd wanted to, none of them would be alive now. Looks like I have to make my move, Gojo Haru muttered. When I die, I'm leaving the Gojo clan to you, he added suddenly. Seer blinked. Wait, what? You're gonna hand over your whole family to the guy who just stabbed you? What sort of logic is that? Ha! Gojo Haru exhaled. His eyes opened, and the air around them began to warp. Domain expansion, colorless pure land. The blue sky became a forgotten backdrop. His pale blue 6 eyes became the true battlefield. It was a reasonable start. Because Seer did the same. Domain expansion, demon subduing shrine. The endless blue clashed with dark crimson. The 2 domains cancelled each other out, neither gaining the upper hand. When both parties wield limitless, the one who activates their domain first typically wins. But if both activate simultaneously, it becomes a battle of raw power and mastery. Neither one was willing to yield. Seer hadn't expected Gojo Haru's domain to differ from Gojo Satoru's infinite void. Just as Gojo Haru didn't expect Seer's domain to be a nightmarish shrine of blood, bones, and agony. My domain, the colorless pure land, as the name implies, is a space of absolute nothingness. All information is nullified. Perception, thought, everything. Gojo Haru calmly explained. Unlike Gojo Satoru's domain, which overwhelms with infinite knowledge and renders the target frozen, the colorless pure land silences everything, placing the target in complete sensory isolation. Different paths, similar results. Everyone's domain is unique. Except Seer, who simply copied his. He didn't bother explaining demon subduing shrine. Let Gojo Haru figure it out himself. Gojo Haru's was a closed domain. Seer's was open, meaning anyone could enter, and that alone heightened its effects. Their domains had guaranteed hit properties, but against each other, they simply cancelled out. The battle would come down to whose actual attacks could land. But with both using limitless, it became the world's most frustrating stalemate. Break, Seer muttered, closing his eyes and forming a seal. His mouth didn't move, but the second mouth on his abdomen chanted silently. The demon shrine enveloped colorless Pure Land, cracking it open from the outside. Even closed domains could be shattered, given enough power. "And this is why I didn't want to fight you," Gojo Haru muttered. Their battle had lasted a full day and night. Everyone else had been flattened in minutes. Gojo Haru was on another level. But even he had a limit. "Forget it," Seer finally said. "I'm bored of this." He reached toward the curse on his shoulder and pulled out a weapon. Heavenly Doom Lance, the anti-technique spear capable of bypassing Limitless. Once, Fushiguro Toji nearly killed Gojo Satoru with this weapon. Gojo Haru's expression turned grim. His 6 eyes flared. What was this? A cursed weapon? A divine artifact? Its energy disrupted the entire field. And then, pain. The lance pierced his chest, bypassing all defenses. "Normally I aim for the head or neck, but those get boring," Seer murmured, twisting the handle as blood ran down the shaft. "To be honest, without this weapon, I'd have had to drag this fight out. To make sure you don't heal, I'll just leave this in here," he jabbed it in deeper. Gojo Haru choked, blood spraying from his lips. "You worry too much." He coughed weakly. "I never learned reverse cursed technique." "Wait, really?" Seer blinked. "Oh yeah." Unlike Gojo Satoru, Gojo Haru had no mentor to teach him. "You should learn it," Seer said casually, pulling out the lance. And then, on a whim, he healed Gojo Haru's wound himself. The man stared up at him, stunned. "System notification, you have defeated the strongest 6 eyes user, Gojo Haru. Title unlocked, Strongest Sorcerer, Heian Era Edition. Compatibility increased, Ryomen Sukuna 90%, Gojo Satoru 80%. Domain unlocked, Infinite Void." As the system's notifications flooded his vision, Seer's eyes, once red, gradually returned to blue. Identical to the eyes of the man lying at his feet. 2 pairs of 6 eyes stared at each other. "Looks like I'll have to go blind," Gojo Haru said, and laughed. "There cannot be 2 pairs of 6 eyes in a single era. One must yield." As the loser, Gojo Haru closed his eyes, tied a cloth around them, and sealed away his vision. Even blind, he could still function. 6 eyes didn't require visual input. "Now rumors are going to spread that I stole your eyes," Seer muttered, shaking his head. Chapter 200. In fact, after Seer defeated Gojo Haru, the one hailed as the strongest sorcerer in the world, no one dared speak against him anymore. Especially since Abe Seimei, Heian-kyo's most revered figure, had died the very morning Seer and Gojo Haru battled. It was as if Abe Seimei died in the morning, and by evening, word had spread that Gojo Haru had been defeated by Seer. At that moment, there was no one left in Heian-kyo who could oppose him. As for Abe Seimei's alleged grandson, said to have inherited the strongest bloodline, the boy's talent was decent, but he was far too young and not nearly strong enough. Perhaps after a few decades, he might become formidable. But he would never become the second Abe Seimei. There is only one Seimei in 1,000 years. For a time, no one dared challenge Seer again. Seimei's death was treated as a sacred event, and a shrine was already under construction in his honor. They intended to deify him. As head of the Gojo family, Seer visited the ceremony honoring Abe Seimei. Former head Gojo Haru, his eyes covered with a white silk ribbon and still holding his signature folding fan, appeared as graceful as ever, but now stood behind Seer, silent and deferential. The rest of the Gojo family trailed behind with heads bowed. When they saw Seer's distinct pale blue eyes, then looked to Gojo Haru's covered face, many inwardly sighed. He must have gouged out Haru's 6 eyes and taken them for himself. But no one dared to question it. The head of the Zenin family had been brutally defeated. Their strongest Shikigami had been instantly destroyed by Seer, and Zen and Akira still lay half dead in bed, unable to summon the 10 Shadows' most powerful Shikigami again. The creature hadn't been destroyed, but it could no longer be summoned anytime soon. When those pale blue eyes swept over them, everyone lowered their heads. They had either been beaten themselves or had seen others be beaten, some even losing kin to Seer's rampage. Seer's gaze briefly landed on Abe Masahiro and the departing Shikigami. With Abe Seime's death, the demons and familiars that once served him scattered, showing little sign of grief or loyalty. Qingming isn't dead. Qingming isn't human. How could he die of old age? As Seer left the Abe estate, he heard 2 monsters arguing bitterly. Seimei was human. No. Qingming isn't human. Qingming is Qingming. The argument sounded comically naive, but it made Seer think. To what extent was Abe Seimei truly a half-demon? Was Lord Seimei really a half-demon? Seer asked the one who knew Heian-kyo best. Gojo Haru, raised in the capital and steeped in its myths, was the most qualified to answer. Huh? You mean the rumor that he was the son of a white fox? Gojo Haru smiled as he recalled. The idea that Seimei was the son of a white fox only began circulating after he became famous. Before that, no one cared about his lineage. But once he grew powerful, people needed an explanation for his unmatched talent. Claiming he wasn't fully human made it all easier to accept. That way, his superior spiritual power would make sense to those who couldn't match him, Haru said. I don't know if it's true, he added with a shake of his head. Seimei was already Seimei when I was born. The rumor had already long been established by then. But if he really were a half-demon, he wouldn't have died at 85. Gojo Haru pointed out. Seer nodded. Yeah. And he didn't have any demonic features. No fox ears, no tail. Just a human. So maybe he wasn't half-demon at all. Or only a fraction. Seer mused. And even with 6 eyes, you can't see someone's lineage, Haru sighed. He then recounted a childhood memory, sneaking into Abe's estate, only to be trapped in a formation of endless snow despite it being summer. It was Seimei's Shikigami who eventually let him out. That was also the first time Haru met Seimei, 60 years old with jet black hair and a youthful cunning in his eyes. When Haru, still a reckless youth, asked directly, "Are you a fox or a man?" Seimei had smiled and replied, "Can't your 6 eyes see the answer, son of God?" Even then, Haru couldn't see through him. Then maybe he's not really dead, Seer said casually. He died at 85, a long life for a human in Heian-kyo. But maybe he faked his death to avoid being found out. If he were truly non-human, time wouldn't matter. The next day, the emperor summoned all his ministers in desperation. He prayed, offered sacrifices, even tried to call forth the gods of Takamagahara. But there was no answer from the heavens. How about exalting him? Someone from the Fujiwara family proposed. If you can't defeat the enemy, make him a god. Just like villages once worshipped mountain or river spirits for protection, perhaps they could worship Seer. And so it was decided. But what if he refuses? Another minister asked. I don't think he will, said the Fujiwara elder. If he had no interest in negotiating, we'd all be dead. Everyone silently agreed. After all, they were still breathing. So, who will go negotiate with him? Dead silence. 2 days later, at Gojo House. You mean, you want to enshrine me? Build a shrine in my honor? Seer raised a brow from the top seat. Standing at his sides were members of the Kamo and Gojo families. The Kamo had submitted early. When Seer arrived at their estate, their patriarch came out personally, bowed, and offered allegiance. Because of their quick thinking, their family suffered the least damage. Seer briefly regretted not going there first. They had no Moxuluo-level counterattack like the Zenin. They just had pride and pedigree. Yes. The Emperor has ordered it. We can begin construction tomorrow if you agree. A Fujiwara emissary explained. Seer touched his chin, weighing the symbolic benefits. Could building a shrine help him ascend to godhood through worship or fear? Maybe. Or maybe it was just cool to have people pray to him. Well, I'll inspect my own shrine, Seer said nonchalantly. Don't cut corners. The messenger exhaled, relief washing over his face as he fled. No one's ever offered to build a shrine for me, Gojo Haru chuckled. I guess you really do have to be terrifying. Even he, with 6 eyes and divine lineage, had never been offered such a thing. Gods usually have names, right? Seer mused aloud. Maybe I'll take Tsukiyomi. Seems fitting. Night, moonlight, mystery. Gojo Haru momentarily lost the ability to respond. Actually, maybe I'm more like Amaterasu, but that's a woman. Moon god works. Seer nodded. There's fewer myths about Tsukiyomi. Easier to overwrite. Why not choose your own divine name? Gojo Haru asked weakly. If I make up a name, I'll have to rewrite all the god records and tear down every shrine in this land. If I just hijack one god's identity, that's already merciful. Haru wisely chose silence. Also. Seer added, as if remembering something, inform the public, when they see me, they must kneel and lower their heads. No one even knelt before the Emperor, but Seer demanded it for himself. If I am to be worshipped as a god, act accordingly. If I catch anyone looking me in the eye again, kill them on the spot. Everyone immediately dropped to their knees. Mero had already knelt. Do I have to kneel too? Haru asked with a sigh. No, Seer grinned. You're special. That made sense. Gojo Haru, raised as the son of a god, still held on to his own pride. He didn't even report Seer's existence when he first arrived. He found the anomaly interesting. And so, with everyone kneeling and Haru as the lone exception, a new rumor began circulating in Heian-kyo. That Gojo Kiri was not just the heir to the Gojo family, but the half-human, half-god son of Gojo Haru and a goddess from the heavens. Just as the legend of Abe Same spread, so too did the divine myth of Gojo Kiri.